Oh my god. Hello, how's it going? Wait, let me get this stupid music to play. Wait, it's not playing. Oh yeah, because YouTube hates ad blockers now. Oh wait, yeah, there you go. I think this song like fits me, you know? Like spiritually, I fuck with this song. I don't know what it is about it, you know, but yeah. Um Oh my god. Anyway, hello everyone. Hi Enox, hi Sunflower, hi Holy Knight. How's it going? How you guys doing? 30 stream streak, whoa. 70 streams, you know what? This is my last stream. I'm sorry. It has to be done. Um, but but yeah, anyway, hello. I'm kinda dying. I edited something and yeah. That's it. That's all I did. Actually today was really busy. Cause as soon as I woke up, I did my morning routine. And then I did schoolwork. And then I went to take a shower. And then I had to make a phone call for a doctor appointment. And then I went to make food in the air fryer, and while I was doing that, I just like sat here and just like, did other shit I had to do, and I went to eat. And basically I didn't get like to rest until like 2 to 3 p.m. But yeah. You've been working out? Yeah, I feel that. Obviously. This whole day I was busy. But yeah. Hopefully in the summer I'm less busy. Who fucking knows? But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I should have started the game. Because I feel like I could talk about all of this while playing the game, because, this game is also it's kinda a talky game, I guess. It's just a chill game where I can just speak and, like, not worry about anything, but yeah. Hoxria. What the fuck? I'm getting ass blasted by the news. Why is this happening to me?
To bring you some breaking news.
I didn't do anything.
Now here's some news.
Oh wait.
Celebrating.
It's Daisy's what the fuck?
Daisy is celebrating birthday number 25. We now take you live to her birthday party.
Oh yeah. Also, I made fucking Princess Daisy. Wait, I didn't know fucking Mario Land came out today. What the fuck? Well, it's her birthday. It is still copyrighted? Probably not. But yeah. I didn't know what the fuck. I don't know what's happening.
Congrats.
I made a bunch of me's off stream. If you couldn't tell. I think I have like about 40 me's right now. And I want to make more.
We asked residents.
I don't know what that's gonna happen though, but yeah.
Hold on, I've gotta call my parents.
I want to make
I'm so
more.
proud to live on this island right now.
I just love making me's. I don't know.
I'm Hashi.
To be fair,
To date.
me making is fun. Like, why wouldn't I love making me's? Let me get my fucking money. How much money do I have? $200. Oh my god, bro. I wish I could just like wake up, get free $200, and that's it.
Good evening.
No, wait, what are my
I
me's
keep
up
catching
to?
myself thinking about.
Oh my fucking
Do you
god.
think we're compatible?
He's kind of getting along with you, so I don't really think so. But the funnier option is just to say yes. But I don't know if I should do that. You know what? Pink squiggly, someone has a... Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But I think you're right.
I am right. You're no longer crushing, right? Oh, what the fuck? Why are you still crushing on them? Okay, whatever. Here, get head patted, idiot. You're happy now. That's all they need. All they need is fucking head pats. But yesterday, I had like 4 fucking love problems. It was insane.
Sup?
It was actually fucking
It
insane.
may just be my imagination, but I
Wait,
get the feeling that Dagger Fox has a crush on me.
wait, you know what? Yeah, you'd
You
be
really
cute.
think so? I feel the same way.
I don't fucking care. You could be cute, bro. Just ask him out already. Just do that. Okay, wait, what are you thinking about? Wait. Wait in your head. What are you... Okay, bro.
I always have a blast when I'm hanging with you. Bland.
Here.
Really? I had no idea you
She's
felt
Mario.
that way. Oh, I sure do. So, how about we start going on dates with each other?
She's Mario. She's
Sure.
cool.
We'll call them friend dates. As friends. Because we're friends.
They are
Just-
friends.
Friends.
Yeah.
Hold up. Did I just get rejected during my own practice run?
Yep. Because you're a bitch. It's crazy that this could happen too, by the way. It's actually insane that this happens. I want to make more memes, but I don't know who to make. Actually, no, I know who to make. I just don't know how I'm gonna make them, you know? Oh my god, bro, there's so many fucking problems in this house. What's happening in this house?
Clown. Hi, ya.
Hello?
Who in Goon Cave best represents a jokester? Let's ask my roommates.
If it's not me, I
I'll
swear
round
to
everyone
fuck.
up.
I swear to fuck if it's not me. If it's not me, actually, I'm gonna burn
On
down
3,
this house.
Say the first name that comes to mind when you think of a jokester in Goon Cave.
Like, it has to be me.
1, 2, 3. Me.
Okay, fuck you. I hope you die. I hope you die too.
Baby.
Okay, you know, I hope you don't die.
Celeste.
Okay, I hope you don't die.
Emma.
I hope you die.
Emma.
I hope you die.
Me.
I hope you die. Wait, so who won?
Which member of Goon Cave is the most like a jokester? There were differences in opinion, but being forced to choose,
What the fuck?
we landed on Emma.
I'm a
What an
clown,
honor.
I'm
bro.
glad I got everyone's opinions.
Actually, that's crazy. Oh wait, I forgot. Oreozilla Apostacon? Thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. Good goose. Yeah, okay. You know why she's naked?
You're looking
She
chipper.
said get me clothes that would,
My room could.
that their partner would like. Which is me. So I was like, okay, you're naked now. And yeah.
Welcome.
That's the reason. That's the literal reason. What the fuck? Clown succubus lady? I'm not a succubus, I'm a bat. Why are you playing this? What would you like? I don't know what you like. You know what? You get this. Fuck you. Here you go. How do wait count me in?
Yeah, this is different.
Yeah, and sorry for the overstimulation. That's what my viewers like, I guess. They need their stimmies, I'm sorry. Who else has a problem? You know, this is why bro, someone else needs love! Okay, yeah, this is why I need, to make more memes. Because my memes constantly have issues and, like, are falling in love with each other for some reason. I don't know why, they just fall in love with the first person they see. Like, they're not even friends with them, and they just see them and they're like, I love you now. And then they want to fuck them. I don't understand why. It's so weird. Zombie is sad. Why are you sad?
I'm feeling a bit down. I was talking to Skytray, but I don't know. I guess I just got a little sad.
Okay. I guess that's cool. Wait, you're about to level up, aren't you? Oh my god, you did. I need to see what you wanted, cause everyone in Anna just too attractive. You know what? Maybe that's it. Okay, you wanted this one. Why does everyone want to agree eagerly? I swear that's the one everyone chose. Was greet eagerly.
I feel like I'm becoming my true self more and more.
I feel like most people have it. I don't know. And also, everyone's depressed.
Huh?
Everyone's depressed or they love each other. Like,
Big
there's no in
fan.
between.
I was talking to Kazuma Bovino, but
Okay, it's his fault. I understand. It's always his fault. Actually, you know who is always depressed on my island and it's really funny? It's Tranquil. Tranquil is like always depressed whenever I like look at them and it's really funny to me. And I don't know why. I honestly don't know why they're always depressed. Just whenever they talk to someone, they're like, oh yeah, I'm sad now. And that's just how it happens.
It may just be my imagination, but
Why is everyone in love
I
with
feel like Bland
Bland?
has a crush on me.
You know
Maybe I
what?
think so.
It makes
I feel the
sense.
same way.
I guess it makes sense. I forgot everyone was in love with
Times like
Bland.
these, you gotta listen to the stars and let love
Actually,
in.
everyone's in
I'm gonna
love
tell
with
him
3
how I
people.
feel.
They're either in love with Bland, Dad Devil, or Moo. And like I said, oh wait, you're... Oh no! I didn't mean to tell you to do this! Fuck! I don't know what's gonna happen.
Oh, Bland. It seems your love for me is more than you can bear. What other choice do I have?
Yep, thanks,
I'll let you go out
Sinflower.
with me.
Some other drama series in that Love Fruit Island. Uh-oh. Just say yes.
I'm sorry, but
Oh my
the
god.
answer's no.
Oh my god. A bro got rejected. Sunflower, no. Well,
Was it all just a big misunderstanding? It's like I'm living in a sitcom.
I like how I can
Punchline
barely
to
tell
every
what the
joke is
fuck
my
you're
line.
saying, by the way. But Sunflower, no. Mega depression. Wait, you don't even have any friends, so I can't even help you. You were in love with your only friend. What the fuck?
Good evening.
That's
My room could
crazy.
use a new vibe.
Oh wait, I got something for you. Yeah, I got something for you. Where is it? Do I have to shop for? Oh wait, no, there it is. Wait, but it's pink. That's the wrong color. Okay, I had to shop for it. What the fuck?
Welcome.
Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Yippee!
Thank you. Please come again.
She'd like this. It's like the only fucking space thing in this game, but whatever. But no. Sinfla, I can't even help you.
Yeah, this is different. Thank you.
You might be depressed all stream. You know what? I'll try like every fucking me in the island. And if you're still depressed, then you know there's just nothing I can do. Head pats. Does that help? I don't think that helps that much. Oh wait, this stream is kind of boring. I hate this stream, it's so boring. Why don't you get a funny one? See, that's like, I don't know. It does a little, yeah, it does like nothing though.
Aw,
That's why,
thank goodness.
to like get rid of it
Just a
instantly, you
dream.
need a friend. Or you need someone to like try and make friends with you. So I will just introduce everyone to you and see what the fuck happens. Who needs? Oh wait, it's you. That's why I'm confused. Okay, what is this?
Welcome in.
Oh my god, right, I forgot I put fucking Heihachi
Step right up
Mishima
and
in
try
this.
your luck.
I literally forgot he was here. Insect collection. Blazer with bow.
Thanks
Wait,
a bunch. Be
wait.
sure to stop by again tomorrow.
I know what I need to do. I know what I need to do. After I do this, I know what I need to do. I actually know what I need to do. Can I yeah, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna make Heihachi like try and make you feel better. That's what you need to do. Wait, is that... There's literally only... Bro, I've been playing this game too much. I actually just need to only play this game off, on stream, I think. Because I'm treating it like Animal Crossing, where I feel like my Miis will hate me if I, you know, just don't talk to them for a day. But that's not true.
We interrupt to bring you some breaking news. We've just received some shocking news.
What the fuck? We can go to
Against
NASA.
all scientists' warnings, the outer space tour is now available via travel tickets at the Wishing Fountain. It's reported that this is the final travel destination that will become available. Residents are expressing excitement and trepidation in equal measure, with comments like, "The mysteries of the cosmos will finally be mine." And do they even have islands in space?
Okay, you know what I'm gonna
Sounds
do?
like a wish is available at
I'm
the
gonna
Wishing
make you go to
Fountain now,
space.
so someone can leave
So you're
for
not
this
depressed.
once-in-a-lifetime tour right away.
And
This has
if
become
you
the talk of
die,
the town as residents wonder
well,
who
at
on
least
us
you
will
won't be
the first to
depressed
break
anymore.
NRC
But if you
unknown.
live, at least you won't be depressed
Thanks for
anymore.
watching. I'm humorous.
You
and you're
know?
up to date.
It's a win-win. It's actually a win-win. Now we're out. There you are. See, this is actually just the biggest win-win of all time.
Oh,
Cause like, if you're
That was
depressed,
George.
you're gonna want to
You
die
were giving
anyway,
this
you
to me.
know?
thank you. A change of scenery could help me take my mind off things.
But now,
Well, here I go. Bye.
you're in space. You get to see space too, so whatever. It's actually perfect. This plan is actually perfect. I don't know. This is actually like my best plan. What the fuck is happening? Wait, what the fuck?
More Leslie's energy replenished.
Why do we have this?
Stage 3.
I didn't know we had a secret. Oh my god. Of course, Teto is behind it. You should have took Rosalina with you. I don't know if she'll help. Yeah, it's a one-man rocket. And you're the pilot, apparently, too. You just know how to do this, I guess. Bro. Oh yeah, you have no fucking friends. Space flower. Oh wait, I have to press it. I'll press it at the countdown. Like I said, if you die, it's not my fault. It's Teto's fault. We know who to blame now. It's Teto and Dan Devil's fault. Oh my god, on the feet and mommy ASMR, no! How could you, bro? This will ruin our air. Our air is like polluted now. I have no idea what the fuck is happening. Wait, these are the credits. Wait, this is how you get the credits? Oh wait, that's actually really funny. Oh yeah, I made that, by the way. Don't look at that. But I made it. As long as this shit didn't get the chandelier, we good.
Remember to lock my front door.
What can I even do here? Well, I guess we're done with this game. I finished the game and I didn't even mean to. Wait, that's insane. Oh wait, I can skip the credits, okay. My favorite residence, Enoch's, apparently. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure I'm higher level. How'd you like space?
I'm on the moon, but where's the cheese? I was promised cheese.
Say cheese.
How'd you like space? I hope you enjoyed space. Outspace was
I'm in
cool.
the stratosphere now. Hey, I can see the island from here.
Say cheese.
Sorry, I'm like trying to do something on Discord while all this shit is happening. Okay. You're an alien!
Greetings from Mars. How long do I need to live here before I'm considered a Martian?
I think you
Say
already
cheese.
are because you're breathing on Mars, but you know what? Whatever. Wait, this is cute. Well, at least you got to space, you know?
Going on that trip did wonders for my mood. I feel so much better now.
And at least you're not
By the
depressed
way,
anymore.
This little one followed me back to Earth. You can't have it.
Wait, do I get an alien? Oh my god! I got an alien! I love him! What do I name him? I love
I'm
him!
feeling better now.
I got an alpha alien. Like, bro, I'm so cool. I love that little guy. Also, I've noticed that Data was usually in the fucking... Get this thing one minute. Is that a pet? I don't know if it's a pet. I guess I can try and give it to someone to see. Let's see. Wait, it might be a pet. It is a pet. Wait, who do I give this to? I don't know if there's anyone who's an alien on my island. Oh, Heihachi is dying. You, help him.
What's the matter?
I've noticed that,
Me.
the people in the background, like, it's usually
first I
Dado for
did
some
this,
reason. Like, he's usually
then
just
this.
floating in the background. It's really funny.
Oh, I think you're onto something.
But he's kind of just, like, there, haunting the narrative. I feel like he's gonna do something soon. Oh, no. What the fuck?
What kind eyes? Kazuma Bobino.
I had to
Even
say
his
yes
name is
too,
lovely.
but what the fuck?
Oh, Kazuma Bobino. I think I'm in love.
This is what I mean.
Yeah, I think you're right. It must be.
By
I
means
think
fall in
I'm
love
gonna
with
test
everyone.
Kazuma Bobino out.
Why did they do this? I show you the space that I got commissioned a while ago. What? Who needs help? Oh wait, I had to watch the news too. I keep forgetting. Oh, it's Heihachi again.
Hello, and welcome to the evening edition of Me News. We've received some curious news regarding the island's latest hot topic, the origins of life on Galactic Circus.
Bro, why are we getting
A team of
existential
researchers
here?
led by Pomni traveled through time to answer the question of how life here on Galactic Circus began.
I
They
don't know.
took free time in
Heihachi
early this
Mishima,
morning, and
yeah.
the researchers returned safely to our current time. Reporters peppered the
What-
team with
I don't-
questions,
what the
but
fuck?
Pomni responded with a 1,000-yard stare and muttered, "I wish to return to a time before I knew the answer."
You know, she would
We
say
asked
that.
residents for their reactions.
She would say
Is
that.
this a rerun? I thought everyone knew about it.
Just wanted to know where that bathroom is.
Okay.
Thanks for watching. I'm Heihachi, and this has been the 5 o'clock news.
Wait, that art's really cute. But I gotta do me problems. My Mii's always have issues. I don't know
Good
why.
evening.
They just like, I don't know.
All
I
I
think,
want right now is noodles.
I'll see if I have noodles.
Welcome.
Well, there's no noodles here. I'll buy all this though.
Thank you very much.
Wait, no. I just see there's noodles in the thing. I don't think there is though. Yeah, that's clam chowder. Yeah, I don't have noodles. Wait, I don't have noodles? That's crazy. That's actually crazy that I don't have noodles. Wait, what the fuck? You know what? You get clam chowder. That's the
Thank you
closest
very
thing
much.
here. Yep, here you go. It's a
Yum.
soup. You'll like it, maybe. That's a huge maybe. String cheese is basically cheese in noodle form. I guess. I don't think he'll like that either, though. Oh wait, what the fuck? What's happening with Dan? Why are you
Yeah.
fucking staring at her?
How can a koala plush be this
Rest of
bright?
women is
Brandon is opening up about worries that are a bit surprising for him to have. You better like... Okay, thank you. I like how when I'm not doing anything, the Wings just kind of hate each other. I don't know, I just think it's really funny. Bro, why are you in love?
Huh?
Stop being in love!
I'm not even sure what this feeling is.
You're in love with Sid.
I may not know Sunflower very well, but I know
doesn't like
Jake
him
has big
too
plans
much.
for us. What should I do?
Become friends.
Yes. We could start as friends. Fascinating.
Yeah?
No way. I can't wait
What?
another minute. I'm going for broke.
No! Don't do it! Bro. Why are they doing this? Oh my god.
I can't fight these feelings anymore. Will you go out with me? Please?
You're doing it in the middle of a busy street too? Like, what's wrong with you? Why would you do it here?
Hold it right there.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
The one who truly loves Sunflower is me.
I'm the one who's always loved Sunflower. Even more
The
than life
devil!
itself.
Sunflower, which of us do you choose?
OMG.
I choose neither of you.
What the hell? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. I told you, why is everyone in love?
Well, no surprise there. I guess I was too reckless.
I told you to be friends. What's wrong with you? This isn't my fault. Fuck you. Okay. Who else has issues that doesn't want to play with me? Oh, you. He's so devastated. He was. He wants to die. Bro built like
You're
Waluigi.
Shantae. I'm Rosalina.
I think that was an inspiration for his design. Shantae's lecturing about the importance of small boobs. I don't think hers are small. I'm just saying.
There's more to you than meets the eye, Shantae.
Everyone's just talking to each other. I like how Daredevil does not give a shit about what happened, by the way.
A pleasure.
Oh yeah, I need to give you your shit. I'm not gonna give you the alien. I'm gonna give you the UFO though. I'm gonna save the alien for someone else. I don't know who. But you get a pet UFO. You better like it. What the fuck? Not canon. Actually, it might be canon, but not canon to me. Talk to me, please. I need to give you
Yeah.
head pats.
Did you need some?
Yeah, I need to give you head pats, please. Thank you. Bro has been head patted. Okay, yeah, whenever they're pissed off, I'm just gonna head pat them because... Yeah, now they're actually leveling up. And now I actually like it. I don't know what's one people don't have. I'm kind of giving them all the ones that people do not have. You know what? I think no one has this one, and I think no one wanted this one, so you get this one. It's because she didn't get her Luma.
Oh, I feel a little different.
He also told me I can give him all the ones that people didn't have, so that's why I'm doing it. Wait, does everyone just want to play with me? Okay, that's 2 people who want to play with me. Wait, why are you depressed?
Huh.
I forgot it. You got the Alien
I'm
Heart
feeling a
Commission
bit
too?
down.
Oh, is that what that notification was? I think I had Discord muted on stream. Yeah, so you can't hear it, but I can hear it. Oh my god, they actually leveled up so fast now! Oh yeah, and then you're depressed. Okay, you know what? I don't want to play a game. I'm gonna stare at Teto. I love my Teto. I feel like I did such a good job with her. Cause, you know, I did Bird Brain Teto. And yeah, I feel like I did such a good job with her. Like, I'm actually proud of how this turned out. I thought it was gonna turn out like shit, but I'm actually very proud of how she turned out. And then I do the clothes too and shit. So I guess the clothes was the easiest part. And it's just a shirt and like yellow shorts, but yeah. I feel like I did such a good job. And then here's Heihachi. I feel like I did a good job on Heihachi too. But he's also just a funny guy, so I don't know. Oh yeah, I also did Pomni. Here's Pomni. She's very cute, I love her. But whenever her eyes are closed, it looks like she's like, I don't know, giving them a look, you know, but whatever. Who else am I proud of? Where's Miku? Because I didn't make Miku. Oh, there's Miku. Miku's in her house. She's shy. I like my Teromi more than my Mikumi, but I feel like I did a pretty good job on my Mikumi as well. So yeah, I don't know. Bro, who is DMing me? Oh, that is who's DMing me. But yeah, I feel like I did such a good job. Okay, I'll play a game now. They will turn out really
Let's
good.
play Shadow Quiz.
I love her.
Here's your first mystery shadow. What do you think it is?
I don't fucking know. Oh wait, it's Mommy
The
ASMR.
answer is
Oh wait,
Mommy
I wanted to
ASMR.
make something. I forgot I
Next,
wanted to make
your second
something.
mystery shadow.
I guess I'll do
What do you
that.
think it is?
I also kind of want to make more memes, but I don't know. Is this fucking creme brulee? Cause like, it's not an educational game. I don't know what... I think
The
ginger
answer
snap is
is-
like a stick, so...
Ginger
Okay, no, it's a cookie apparently.
Hey.
Thank you. I didn't know it was a cookie. Can you all like stop wanting to play getting game? Bleh. I don't know. They piss me off when they want to play video games with me.
Here's-
I just hate them.
Who-
I want other things. Cause they're either really easy or it's bullshit like that where I get like 2 plates
Next.
and 2 options with plates and I'm just like, bro. What do I choose? And like then box of
Do you
tissues for the
think this
depressed
is-
me. Maybe.
The-
Actually, I feel like they'll hate it. I had to make them have friends.
Congrats.
And then maybe they'll be happy. I got a lion. Wait, I could have gotten a pig. I don't have the pig yet. I want the pig. Oh, Daisy's interested in someone. Oh, Daisy's interested in Chip.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Daisy.
Oh yeah, look, I built a lighthouse
I'm
over
your
there.
Daisy.
You
I'm
can see it.
Chipper-chan. Don't forget it.
The devil appears, the devil is here. Daisy's talking about yourself in some Yuri smut for some reason. What's wrong with you? Why would you do this? What the fuck?
Sorry to interrupt, Daisy, but could we pick this up again tomorrow?
Bro, do you know who you're talking to? I should delete this me. I should kill them.
I'm feeling a bit down.
I should assassinate the me. It costs $33 to assassinate a me. I don't know why. I don't know why it's so cheap. But there is a price. And it's $33. Was there something I wanted to give you? No, not really. Okay. I don't really know what to give you for walking, cause like... I guess that could be for Peach. I guess you could have this one. But this one also fits Peach. So I don't know. $30 for a dark web me assassination? Yeah.
I feel like I'm getting closer to who I truly am.
I don't know, also someone's streaming with the lights and I don't- what the fuck is happening?
We interrupt to bring you some breaking news.
I haven't been doing anything.
We just received some wonderful news. An event is being held in honor of Big Clown and to celebrate 100 boosts to island residents' happiness level.
Well,
Go live to the event. Can you hear us, Cyrus?
I'm cool, I guess.
This is Cyrus, reporting from the scene.
I like
Happiness
how
levels have been
the news
raised
reporters
over
are like
100 times. So
usually
as you can
viewers.
see,
I don't know, I think it's
galactic
just really
surface
funny.
residents have gathered to show their appreciation of Big Clown.
Thanks. Oh my god, Hayachi's saying thanks. Oh, and going. Yay. I'm cool. Where am I? Definitely need to give Rosalina floating for a walk. Yeah.
Big Clown.
We
We
give
give
you
you
Our eternal
eternal
thanks.
thanks.
I got a platinum trophy.
and that's
Oh my
all
god.
from you.
Sorry, jump scare.
What a wonderful performance. And a remarkable way to express appreciation for Big Clown. It truly warms the heart.
Okay, so now
And you're up to date.
I just need someone to have a child that isn't me, and then I think everything will be cool. Okay, you wanna play a video game with me? Fuck you. Who should I stare at? Wait, Wesky or me? It's asleep. Why is your me sleeping? Oh, wait, I know who to stare at.
I can't think of anything.
Yeah. Okay, I'll, like, help Cyrus right now, though.
I'm not feeling like myself. I'll be fine though.
Oh yeah, I made a creature. I made a disgusting creature because my friend wanted me to make a disgusting creature. And I had to draw with a controller, and so it turned out really bad. But that's supposed to be a puffle from Club Penguin.
Welcome.
But I
Please
can't
come
draw
again.
in controllers, so it looks so bad. Me hub, yeah. I wanna make another thing. Oh wait, no. Wait, I found a better one. There's a better one. Where is it? Oh my god, why'd I have to start over? Why can't I just go all the way back? Okay. Yeah, you see. Yeah, okay, you see. Probably, yeah. Yeah, there we go. And then... I had to turn this off. Why is it always illuminated? No! It hates me. And then the... Why is it black? I can't do this. I get the buttons mixed up because of fucking Xbox. Hi Kuda, how's it going? Alec. There we go. I'll move this here. I might have to delete this. Yeah, I have to delete that. Okay. Sorry, I'm particular about the spacing. It has to be right. This is a joke, but it has to be right. There we go. That's good enough for me. That is like gonna be way too big because of how big that letter is, I think. The word. And so that will just be like way too big. Because even if I make it small, it doesn't look right. So it sucks. Okay, yeah, there we go. Wanna make it one on a text for the allegations? Ask for bones, but I can't resist my curiosity. Wait, what's your curiosity? Allegations.
Allegations.
Actually, wait, no. I should make it that
Apology.
content. Oh, that. Yeah, that's what that does. Challenging. Okay, wait, I'm gonna turn this off because I really can't hear the game. I really can't hear the game, so I'm gonna turn it off. I'm guessing I want mysterious or terrifying. Yeah, there we go. Yippee. I'll take that. You want it?
Welcome.
I'll give it to you.
Thank you very much.
Where are you? You were like asleep last time. I saw you. What the fuck? Where are you now? Bro, I need him to stop wanting to play games with me. I actually hate it.
Big-breasted women.
Wait, Wesky, why are you thinking about this? Wesky, why are you thinking about this? Here you go, Wesky. Oh wait, you leveled up, yippee! Okay, I can't find you on Discord for some reason. Crazy. Oh wait, did I pin your message? Like for the shit that you wanted? Oh no, I didn't. Okay, I had to wait. Can I pin this? I can. Okay, there we go. I gave you that. I gave you that. I gave you that. What do you want? Eats gracefully. What's eats gracefully? Oh, slow eater. Wait, you're also a slow eater. I'm also a slow eater. Wait.
I
That's
feel a little
crazy.
different.
That's actually crazy. This guy eating feet alone. What the fuck? I don't think you can do that. I really don't think you can do that. But you know what? Whatever. I guess I can't really stop him. Okay, finally someone has an issue. I also had to introduce like Grin to fucking everyone. Just so maybe he's not sad. Here, have liver. I'm sure you'll love this. Liver is so famous. Whoa, he loved it. Yippee! Wait, I forgot what he want, bro. Hello there, my sister Toe. You the wise words of today? Sure. What are the wise words? Hi Bubbles, how's it going? Hang on. I had to look at what he wants anyway. I should have pinned like all those messages. Because oh my god. Discord fucking sucks. Float? Oh wait, he wanted floats? Well, we got another floater. Even though life may always seem cloudy and stormy, there's always bright sunshine waiting at the end. Well, that's so wise.
I feel a little different.
Good, how are you? I'm doing good. I just playing Tomodachi Life. And my hair is getting blown into my face because of my fan. But other than that, it's fine. Wait, they're still friends?
Oh, I wanted to say, the butter cookie at this restaurant is so good. Once you try it, you won't order it anywhere else.
It's gonna go bad.
Is that so?
Yeah, it's
I
gonna go
prefer
bad.
the butter cookie recipe my family has handed down for generations.
I was not aware of that.
Planning to gonna fucking blow them up any chance
did
they
you notice?
get.
I wore my favorite clothes today, just for you.
Instantly, he's gonna get
Oh,
shot down every
Really?
single time.
I assumed you were just wearing whatever you slept in.
God damn, I mean it's true,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
god damn.
So,
My only clothes.
hey, if you want, we could go sing karaoke together after this. I know a fun duet.
Oh, sorry. I don't sing.
Bro, Bland hates him.
Who doesn't sing?
Why are some people's me's so freaky? Funny. My me's are pretty freaky because I taught them bad. Bro, who are you in love with?
Ha,
Why are you in love?
good evening.
You're in love with
I
Drake.
can't explain it.
Oh, wait, no, you're in
but
love with
Wesky is
Wesky.
on my mind all the time lately.
You know, it sounds like love.
I knew it.
Oh my
I'm
god.
in love with Wesky. I want to
No.
shout it from a mountaintop. I'd love to go on a date with Wesky.
You know what? I'll tell you yes. If you tell me you want to go on a date right now, I'll tell you yes. Oh, you didn't. Is me in love with anyone? I think so. Wait, no, it was Samboop. You're in love with Samboop. But I don't know if you're in love with Samboop anymore, because Samboop is taken. You might still be, but I don't know. Okay, this is greets with a nod. There you go. That's what he wanted. Yeah, it's something like
I
that, you
feel
know?
like I'm becoming my true self more and more.
Must just sound like it's gonna explode. It usually does that. Hang on, I'll see what you want, Wesky. I'll see if me is in love with anyone.
Oh. Hey.
Oh
big
wait, no,
clown.
you're in love with Dad Double. I forgot. So now you're both in love with each other. Wait, it was meant to be. It was actually just meant to be, baby. Oh my god. This is how it should have been.
Are you alright?
This is actually how it should have been.
Hiccups.
It seems there's a
They won't
chance they
stop.
actually get together then. We'll see, cause like,
There's the source of the problem.
I swear everyone's in love with Dad Double, so
you might
we'll
need
see
to
if
get
it
a lawyer.
works.
You're so kind.
What a relief. You're okay.
We'll actually just see if it works. Wait, oh my god, just 5 out. Oh wait, that's why.
Did it keep rolling?
Oh, why am I on a, what the fuck? Why am I here? We're robots.
Blue French fries, blue. Boo, blue, big boobs, boo.
Me, for real.
Blue French fries, blue, boo. Bobby Variety Show, blue, beep, beep. Blue, beep, mommy ASMR, blue, beep, beep.
Me.
Ice cream cake, blue, blue, beep.
I don't care about ice cream cake.
Quiet voice, bop, beep, bop. Beep, bap, bip, 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 bip. Blue, creep, skeeterly, beep, beep, beep.
Okay, now you're just saying shit. Whatever.
Capta, Sandy.
My hair is being blown into my face. I don't like it. Oh wait, I didn't check the new clothes today. What's wrong with me? A new product has been added, astronaut costume. It's $5,000. I can barely afford it. Wait, who do I give this to? Who wants to be homeless? Who wants to be homeless? Does anyone want to be homeless? Wait, I feel like these two would look cute together. But yeah, does anyone want to be homeless? Oh, boba. Who likes boba? Who here loves boba? I'll give it that too. MooGBT. Why do we turn to robots? Cause we're robots. You're still depressed.
Where is the Mary?
Here. I don't know where he is. Right, I moved his house. Because I got more space over here because more people moved in together. Here you go. Make him feel better. Even though you're total strangers. Yep. That'll work. Here, make him feel better. I could go for some feet. Who's talking about this? Okay, yeah, they're not gonna help him because they're strangers. You know what? Help him. I don't know if you're strangers. I can't. There you go. Oh no, they're just not gonna help him. I don't know what to do about that then. I want to try smoking weed.
Huh? Let's play no repeats.
No, fuck you. Thank you. I hate them. I didn't have to be the one to talk to him. I do, but I have nothing to give him. It's like so hard to make Mii's not depressed in this game, unlike the 3DS version, because there's like barely anything to give them that they can play with. Like in the 3DS version, I can just give him like a frying pan or like a fan, and it'll make them happy like so easily. But in this one, like I have none of that. I can only give him like the toys, but that takes up inventory slots, and that's why I don't want to do it. Food and head pats, but food is like also limited because if they don't like it, then I just, you know, their stomach becomes full and I can't feed them anymore. I think Skyle's a big eater. Here you go, Skyle. You can eat now. You can eat a lot now.
Oh, I feel a little different.
What about giving them something you know they already like? That's the thing. I don't know if I fed them at all. Wait, Cyrus is in love with who? Oh, Ava.
Sure. Open wide, open wide, open wide, open wide.
Well, that's why I'd rather just like, when they're outside, I'd rather just, you know, give them a me. And then see what happens. Oh wait, they still won't do it outside? Wait, I thought they could! Oh, I guess they have to be friends in order to do it outside. Oh, your Miis are so lovey-dovey. I feel like they fall in love so easily in this game. Because I've also seen other people talk about it. How they fall in love so easily in this game. Compared to the 3DS version. I want a party. I want to give this to Pomni. Like, I want to make it red and give it to Pomni.
Come again.
But I think I'll only give it to her if she asks for it, because then she'll probably like want to change it like a day later, and I don't want to deal with that.
Good evening.
Wait, you're in love with
I
Pomni?
wanna chat.
Bro, I forgot. Uh-oh.
You know what's in lately, right?
No.
So tell me what's out. What's the trend that's completely disappeared off the face of the planet?
A trend that's out of style. I could say a lot of things for this, but what's funnier? What's funnier that I could say for this? Wait, oh wait, no, but I already have one like this. Okay, I was gonna say smoking, but I already have smoking weed on the island, so I don't want two to do with smoking. You know what? I know what to do. I know what to do. Yeah,
Killing
there you
yourself?
go. That's out of style now.
Oh, right. I totally remember killing yourself. Yeah, that got old pretty quickly.
Yeah. Bro, she's so right. And you know, now I have killing yourself in my lingo, see? It's perfect. You gotta think smart about
Hey,
this. You guys
Big
aren't
Clown.
smart.
I've got some unstructured time right now. I wouldn't mind listening to some music.
Oh no. I want to give you mommy ASMR because I want to give everyone that, but also techno. Well, you left it anyway, yippee. And here? Oh wait, if I head pat you and you like it, you're gonna love it. Or you're gonna level up. Level up now, please. I'm min-maxing my levels now. Yippee. I saw you raise your child on mommy ASMR? Yeah, I don't think that was a good idea. Like, I didn't want that to happen. If I had a choice, it would have been something else. But they chose that, so whatever. I didn't have a choice. Oh, you're eating now. Eats great. Oh, wait. Oh my god, another slow eater. Well, we love our slow eaters.
I feel like I'm getting closer to who I truly am.
If I had a choice, it would have been Bubble. At least I had a mother figure. I saw a video where someone had it be a pickle ladder. Oh, no, you can't choose it. It's random. I think it literally just chooses like one of your drawings or like creations. Well, I completed everything here. I guess I can complete quick builds next. I can get a bell. I saw one where it was a pack of Mario barrels. I want to make cigarettes. Actually, I want to make 7 stars because I want to put Kiryu on my island. But I need to add more women before I add men. But that's why I want to add Jasant and Laban from ZA. And then I also want to add Ada and Grace from Resident Evil. And we'll see what happens. Oh my god, you're staring at him. But yeah, that's all I want.
Hello. It's nice to meet you.
I
name
don't
is
know
Eva
when I'm gonna
Palace.
make them though.
Hey, Eva Palace.
It'll
I'm trying to
happen, I
love
just
you
don't know
now.
when. It'll happen soon, trademark.
That's maple syrup. Tap on a starter fern.
That's when it'll happen. My hair is... Oh my god, my hair is pissing me off. It's being blown into my face so much. That's why I keep like moving. It's my fucking hair. I don't know what to do. Why? Oh, I was about to say, why does it sound like someone's lighting a lighter? It's because of fucking Teto. Oh yeah, this. Whoa, 5 stream streak. Whoa. Okay, I'm gonna stare at Pomni because Pomni is funny. Also, I think my Pomni me is so cute. Look at how I dressed her. I dressed her like Hello Kitty, but I love her. I think she's so cute. Hello. Jesus. Okay, who do I follow now? Like, all the me's are here. But yeah. I don't know, it's just like... It's kind of weird to choose who to follow. I could just make a me right now. Because that one notification I have is this guy being depressed.
Let's see if I can find a new way
And
to
you know
prepare
what?
some feet.
We kill depressed people on my island. I gotta kill him.
Huh?
I had to assassinate him.
I'm probably good at hiding it, but to
If
be
you ever
honest,
become depressed, I just kill
I'm
you.
depressed.
Uh-oh.
Sunflower turned me down,
Uh-oh.
but I'm not giving up.
I should have
I'm
cooked
going
this.
to try again, but this time I'll put deodorant on first.
Awesome Rick624, thanks for the follow, honk honk. Yeah, the smell was the problem. You did it again. You know what? I'll just tell you yes.
I'll use my life savings to buy a gift. That'll show my devotion.
Yeah, this'll work. The action music. This'll work. Is them showing up not an option like in this 3DS version? Oh my god, it is!
He didn't even show up.
Wait, wait, that timing! That timing is crazy! That was a disaster, yeah, you don't
My heart
say.
is in a million tiny pieces.
Is he gonna be even more depressed? Oh wait, he just lost our hope. No, he's even more
I
depressed.
just need to let go of my feelings for Sunflower.
He's gonna kill him, so I'm gonna kill him. Here you go, have this.
Sigh.
You can have that, buddy. Yeah, I never fed him. Okay, at least he liked it. What's going on? This me got dumped twice by the same guy. It's crazy.
Aw.
Damn.
Wish I could eat all of this.
No, I can't feed him anymore. See, I told you. You know what? You get macaron.
Sigh.
Okay, you know, at least you like those. Here you go. I'll just head pat you, I guess. I can't really give you anything else. Wait, did I give you the thing? I did it! Here you go, buddy. This'll help you. You better like this. Yeah. Everyone on the island has to have that. What else can I... You know what? Here you go. This'll help you while you're depressed, I think. Okay, good. He liked that, too. Bro, I know him. I know what he likes. Okay, I have nothing else to give him. I literally have nothing else to give him. Hang on. Can I... Let's see, what's a pet he would like? I don't know if he's here. I don't know if I can ask him what's a pet he wants. You know what? You get your response. That's the last thing you get.
Very much.
That's the last thing you get this. I just wasted so many slots on memes because of you. Just because you're stupid. I hope you're happy. I'm gonna stare at Rosalina now. Oh my god, I love the alien. Wait, look at it. Wait, it's so cute. I love it. Oh wait, Sunflower's interested in someone. This is dangerous. Oh, they're becoming friends.
Good evening, Yurika Corbera. Do you feel like talking about
What's it gonna be?
Yuri?
Okay, you know what? Not as unhinged as it could have
Sure.
been.
Would you say that a Yuri makes you think of some red velvet cake?
Real!
But of course, that's like the #1 rule when it comes to a Yuri.
Actually
You know
real.
What's up, Sunflower?
Hey, I could talk about a Yuri all day long.
Wait, Sunflower, is this true? Can you talk
I
about
think we're
Yuri
friends
all day
now.
long? Is your yaoi? Yeah. You know, game. Actually real. Sunflower knows ball. Wait, this is crazy.
Yurika Corbera and I became friends after talking about a Yuri.
Like,
That
this is actually
Sunflower always
insane.
has something interesting to say.
Sunflower is cool. Wait, I can head pat you,
Wonderful.
and you can level up. Sabu was depressed for some reason. Or not depressed, Sabu was angry for some reason. I guess I have to see who fucking pissed you off. Are you leveling up? Yay. Okay, I have to look at the Discord again. I wish I could remember all the things you wanted so I didn't have to scroll constantly, but you know what, whatever. You wanted, oh yeah, I gave this to you before you even asked, cause like, you know what, this is my read, this is my soul read for you that you wanted this. And, it worked, I guess. My soul read worked. Cause yeah, I gave that to you before
I
I
feel like I'm getting closer to
before I even
Julian.
asked you, like, oh yeah, can you put this in the Discord, like what you want? Which is insane.
Hey, big clown.
Okay,
I was talking to Celeste,
me?
and I got in a bad mood for some reason.
I pissed you off. What the fuck? What did I say? What did I say? What you did? I don't know what I did. Can I see it? Oh, Poshi's is pissed off too. What the fuck? I mean, Poshi's always pissed off. Just look at it.
Hey, big clown.
But yeah,
I
me.
was talking to Humorous, and I got in a bad mood for some reason.
Okay, you know what? That makes sense though. That makes sense though. Yeah, that's crazy though. I think this guy just wants to play a game with me. And then it's a depressed guy. Trinkle, stop wanting to play
Let's
games
get
with
a
me,
good
please.
stretch.
How about a game of double shadow quiz?
Please.
Come on, you've got this in the bag.
I don't want to. I hate it. That's a fucking Sunday, and that's yeah, that, sure, whatever, I don't care. Both are circles, like, it doesn't matter. It was a 50-50. God, I love the Tomodachi Life classic of where it's a 50-50 and you just lose every single time. I love it so much. What is this? What are you doing? Why do you have a horse? What the fuck? I don't know anything that's going on. Is anyone in the Ferris wheel? Oh my god, wait. You guys like... You guys just became friends and are instantly in the Ferris wheel. That's crazy. Hugh Morris is in his house for some reason. Oh wait, but Hugh Morris is... sad.
Huh?
I can help him.
Hey,
He can maybe level up. Who fucking knows? Yay. Goodbye, Hugh Morris. Should I assassinate Hugh Morris? I don't know, I kinda just wanna assassinate someone for some reason. I don't know who though. I just don't know why I want to assassinate someone, I just do. I want to see like what happens. But you know. Oh yeah, get it out of your head please, thank you. You can't see that. I got this for free. Whoa. But yeah, I don't know why, I just want to assassinate someone. Like, I really want to. Wait, why are Enox and Larry depressed now? What the fuck happened?
hello.
I mean, yeah, I gave you this room, but...
Ish and I were chatting, and, well, I guess it just made me a little sad.
Okay. Cool, bro. I told you, all my memes just hate each other. Like, it's insane.
Huh? I'm feeling a bit down.
It's actually just insane how much they hate each other. Like, life would be so much better if they didn't hate each other.
Big titty bitch. I'm glad you decided to drop by.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Wait, who has that issue? Is it the depressed guy again? No, it's Rosalina. I was about to say, is it the depressed guy
Good
again?
evening.
I swear.
I feel like I could use a style update. You know, something new to wear.
Something new to wear. I guess you could wear this. I was gonna give it to someone else, but you know. Yeah, so you like it. Everything is fine. I've noticed though, the more I've added Mii's, the longer it takes to load when I go outside, and it's really funny. Because sometimes it just kind of breaks a little bit, you know? Oh no. I swear. I swear. With Daisy. Oh my
Are
god.
you alright? I'm glad you're not hurt.
You know what? Makes sense. But oh my god.
I can't stop thinking about Daisy lately. What's going on here? Am I falling for Daisy?
Bro, when are you not falling for someone?
No, this is love. I want to start dating Daisy and live
Whatever it
happily
means
ever
that.
after.
Falling for someone. Like, I should give me. Bro. You're late again? It's fine. I'm not falling for you. When are the Mii's? Yeah, like, bro, when are the Mii's not falling for someone? The Mii's always fall for someone. Wesky is walking his pet. You know what, Wesky, I'll stare at you for a little bit. Because you have a dog. And your dog is cute. And that's the only reason. That's literally the only reason. Yeah, okay. Is anyone over here? I kinda just built this for no reason, and I put a lighthouse here. I don't know, I just thought it would be funny. And the Mii's can walk over there, by the way. But yeah, I just thought it would be funny. It was down bad, but doesn't want to commit. It's true. Teto's bored and wants company. Who have I not introduced Teto to? You, okay.
Pardon me, could I have a moment? My name is Teto. You're Teto. I'm Eva Palace.
Yippee!
So first, let us tuna with check combo.
I swear, Dada was always in the fucking, like, background. Like, Dada was always just there, kind of just watching.
Have a head pat.
Thanks for the head pat. Like, it's crazy. Dada was just silently watching, waiting for the moment to strike. I don't know what he's waiting for. He's just waiting for something. But I don't know what it is. Oh wait, no, I said I'd complete this now. I don't know what to get. You know what? I'll get a shower. You guys stink. There you go. And then I'll put it somewhere. I'll put it here. There you go. Just what y'all needed, I think. I have an island to conquer. Look, he's plotting. Oh wait, someone is gathering. You're plotting with someone. Okay, yeah, just you. Wait, who's coming over here? Is it Trey? Oh yeah, cause Trey's in love with you. I forgot. I forgot Trey was in love with you. Hello, Leiru. How's it going? Bro, all my Mii's have fallen in love with each other. I don't know what to do. Oh wait, okay. I want Bubble Nubby to fall in love with a very specific person. That very specific person does not want to become friends with them though. And it kind of sucks. Even though they both want to be friends.
I see.
Like,
This
they
is gonna
like
take
they
a
fall
lot
in love with
elbow
each other and they
grease.
don't want to commit, or they want to be friends with someone and then just don't want to commit. It's so fucking funny. Like, it's actually really fucking funny.
It was no trouble at all.
Yippee! I guess I'll stare at Falco now. Actually, wait. I saw Moo. But yeah, for some reason everyone's in love with Dad Devil or like Bland or Moo. It's so fucking funny. It's actually really fucking funny to me. Like, there's 3 V's that are just pussy magnets. It's all of these. It's not even humorous. I tried to make it humorous, but it's not even humorous. Like, what do I do about this? Okay, you know what? Hey, Hachi. You're gonna meet this guy.
I'm Heihachi.
Just because I
Good to
forgot.
meet you.
So you're Heihachi.
Humor just
case,
wants to
hey.
live.
I'm Sunflower. Good to meet ya.
I want humorous to be a
I will
pussy
confirm
magnet.
Like apology and tappy.
Hey, Hachi's talking about something with this childlike wonder in his eyes.
Apology and tappy.
And Cactor fella. Yeah. That's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be like... I wanted to be the cucker of the island. He's not doing it though. He's not fulfilling his purpose. I might have to assassinate him. You can do it, Pomni. You can fly. It's just a fucking dream. Yeah, see, you can do it. Okay, you suck. Die.
Ah. Huh?
Green kitties, more head
Guess it was
pats.
just a dream.
Will it work? I don't know if it'll work. Cause I gave him head pats before and it did nothing. So I don't know if it'll work. I don't know if there's a timer or what.
Huh? I'm probably good at hiding it, but to be honest,
Shut up! I don't care about your depression. Yeah, see, it did nothing. This time it actually literally did nothing. Okay, Hugh Morris, you're gonna talk to people, cause like I said, I want you to be a pussy magnet. You're gonna talk to Miku.
There's a face I don't recognize. Hi, I'm Humorous.
Nice to meet you.
Oh yeah, Larry, did Anna start streaming? Did she end stream?
So, you
I
love
don't
the
care
dog
about your
with the red
depression. It's true, I don't.
nose?
Just be happy. It's that simple. It's as simple as that. Okay, but I won't introduce you to Teto. You're introduced. You're not introduced.
I don't
Okay.
think I've introduced myself yet.
Have you
have I?
tried getting over it?
They call me
Exactly.
You're Humorous.
I'm Eva Palace.
It's that shrimple.
Minnesota Black. Oh, he traveled to
pinged me.
Shamalivan? Yum.
Why did I get pinged? Oh, that's why I got pinged. It was an announcement in another server.
Thanks for that.
So basically, I
I'm a
don't
lot
care.
Closer to Eva Palace now.
I should probably mute certain servers. Thanks for the boo.
Me.
Thank you, Hugh Morris. I love you. I will just look at Teto. Wait, am I meeting with them? Wait, I'm so famous. I'm actually so famous. Wait. They love me the most. Maybe I'm the pussy magnet, but you know, for Miku and Teto specifically.
Macaroni. Doors
For
of gold.
some reason. For some fucking reason. Move on something. Oh, you
Do you have a moment?
want me to put something there?
I would just love it.
No! It's in yellow too, bro. That's all you need, really. Wait, Larry, did Anna end stream? Why is Heihachi fucking... What the hell?
why do I bother saying hello?
Are you going to make Neru?
I was talking
I
to
don't know
Senpai,
how to-
but it kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
I don't know how to make Neru. Also, I don't really care about Neru. She's paying, what the fuck? Bubble Nubby. Wait, Bubble Nubby, you and Gino are in the Ferris wheel right now. Never mind, you're not in the Ferris wheel anymore. Now you're leaving. Wait, as soon as you were doing something cute, and as soon as you came, they just stopped. Okay. What the fuck? How much is this game? I do have want it. It was $60, I think. She left you. Where is she going? Why is she so urgent? Bro, where do you have to be? Where do you actually have to be? Hang on. That's the grandpa from Tekken? Yeah, it's Heihachi. What? Okay. Oh wait, you just want to be friends?
I think Cohen and Mooney Star would be best friends.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay, sure.
What should we talk about to help them get along?
They got an anxiety attack? Yeah. What should they talk about? Huh.
I'll go round up Cohen and Mooney Star.
The double cows. I don't think Cohen's a cow, I think Cohen's a cat. So my me's gonna fall for someone under my Jeff and I'm gonna have to face them. Yeah, that is what's gonna happen.
Say hello to Cohen.
I got lucky that that didn't happen to me.
This is Mooney Star.
Do you feel like talking about killing yourself?
Bro, I love talking about that. Keep making mine talk about kissing girls and it works
The
every
thing about me
time.
is,
I'm
I
at
close
Yuri.
my eyes and hold my nose anytime I have to talk or even think about killing yourself.
Oh, I get it. I do the same thing whenever the subject of killing yourself comes up.
Yo,
We're kinda hitting it off, aren't we? Let's be friends.
they both hate it. My island is Yuri right now. I don't know how many, like, phrases they let you have. That's why I've kind of been, like, not using them that much. Cat ears, my VTuber was never really supposed to be a cat. I just kind of turned them on at some point and left them on. Oh, really? That's how it worked? Okay.
Killing
That's kind of funny,
yourself
actually.
is definitely the way to go. They've become friends, thanks to you.
I love how you talk. I just sneeze. But I don't want to sneeze. Hang on. I need to find DM so I can see what they wanted. Did I give you this? Yes. Greet yeah, see, I told you. Everyone wants greet eagerly. Oh, hello.
I feel like I'm becoming my true self,
I was doing that while like reading myself. Okay, everyone wants greets eagerly. It's kind of funny. But yeah, everyone just wants greets eagerly. You tweet IRL?
What is that scent you're wearing, Wusky?
Uh-oh.
It's absolutely divine.
Dad was on a
Oh,
date with Musky.
It's nothing. Whatever
Uh-oh.
you're wearing is way nicer. Dab Devil. It
Wait,
should be marketed as a perfume.
wait,
Well,
they
it
might...
is, but yours smells so nice. It draws people from all over.
Bro, they're gonna fuck.
Whenever I smell you, I hear angels sing and it makes me smell better by proxy.
I have to disagree.
They're
Your
gonna
scent is so
fuck.
captivating. I wish I could get my nostrils enlarged to smell it more intensely.
Well,
The yaoi.
that went a bit far, didn't it? Let's talk about something else now.
The yaoi. It's real. Why is Tano depressed? What the fuck? Tano, what did we do to
I'm in a
you?
bit of a funk. I was talking to Miku, but things just didn't click.
Oh, of course Miku pissed you off. That makes sense. I love my bird brain Teto. I hope she never asks for new clothes ever again. I honestly hope she never asks for new clothes ever again.
I'll be fine, though.
Suckers, my Teto and Miku's are ultra friends. My Miku and Teto hate each other. It's kind of funny. Like, they're friends, but they kind of just hate each other. And Miku's in love with Teto. Uh-oh. Actually, that's cool. I don't know what to give Miku. Actually, probably this, right? Actually, no, probably... this. Yeah, probably that. Yeah, I'll get this to Miku. Wait, no, not that one. This one. I'll get this one to Miku. I like that your Miku is edgy. She wanted edgy clothes, so I gave her the edgy clothes.
I feel like I'm becoming my true
Like she
self
asked
more
for
and
them.
more.
Yippee! Okay, now I do this. 86. I've been playing this game too much. I think I'm gonna stop playing this game off stream and only play it on stream. Because, like I said, my Mii's won't hate me like it's Animal Crossing. So I had to stop being paranoid about it. I just am though. I don't want my Mii's to hate me, even though they won't. Didn't mind, but I didn't have anything that she liked. Oh, yeah, I got the Eddie clothes like day one. I want the maid outfit. I
Well,
need that to come in my
well,
shop
maybe
because there is someone on my island who
I
is a
know
maid.
all there is to know about you.
Cosmic is a
Make
vibe, to
babe,
be fair.
Seeing as we're married and everything.
Oh, really? Then, tell me, where's my favorite hiding spot?
This will end poorly.
We spend all our
Look.
time together. I'll find you immediately.
Look, she's not gonna be able to find her
Maybe
inside the walls.
here.
True, that is where mold grows.
Clearly you're in the fridge. Or
I think Meek
Is
would
that
like being in the fridge
impossible?
too, to be fair. Oh my god, it's right
okay,
behind
come
you.
on. Has Meek Babe actually vanished?
Wait, that's crazy.
What's the one-
Well, Meek is so good at hide and seek. They mastered the strategy of just following them.
Hey, big clown.
That's all you need to do. Yippee! I love the hat jiggle physics. I love that it has jiggle physics.
Huh? Hey,
I need more things in this game to have jiggle physics. I need it. Oh, you're gonna level up. Yippee! He has so much money. It's because I don't spend it. I should spend it, but I don't spend it. I only buy things if my me asks for them, that's why. Or if my me's ask for
I
them.
speak with a loud voice. I speak with...
She is loud. And she is a night owl. And she is a scaredy cat. So I don't know which one to do.
I speak with a loud voice.
I want to see what scaredy cat is first, actually, though. Cause that's the only one I don't have so far. And I'm pretty sure you're the only one that is a scaredy cat. And she eats with gusto.
Oh, I feel a little different.
I want to see what this does to you. Yep. That makes sense. Oh, wait, you're interested in someone. You're interested in one of my viewers.
Good evening, Bubble Nubby.
I wonder why no one's on Main Street right now. But yeah, Pashi's is a lot of things. I don't know. I kind of just want to give her the phrases now, though, like I'm doing with Smimey, where I'm just doing phrases now whenever I level up. Cause I already have everything I want. I think. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say I think that guy is still depressed. I mean, he is still depressed. But
Hey, big clown.
Yeah. Whatever. You get the idea.
I'd like some dinner.
I don't have dinner. I have this. I know if
Yum.
Pashi's phrases are too friendly. I mean, I could add bastard. I could add that one. I can't add the other ones. What the fuck? You like nachos, but you don't like whatever the fuck that is? Okay. Makes sense, I guess. Wait, who is
Get in
my
his
wife
pants,
interested
thick
in?
and
Enoch's A1 for some reason. Uh-oh.
As a thing.
Erm.
And the other thing.
What the fuck?
Now, send good vibes.
Bro, I need the vibes. I need the good vibes now.
It came out.
Hi Trey,
so
how's it
good.
going? I don't know what phrase to even give your bees. I think the only phrase I added was when I was
Thanks for your help.
angry.
I feel lucky.
I made it say kill yourself. I think that was the only phrase I've added. Oh wait, no. I also added an ending phrase where I say so yeah. But that's it. I think this one fits her,
I
but
speak with a loud voice. I
this one
speak with a
also
loud
fits her. Yeah, I'll do this one.
This button will just not come off.
May I have a quick overview of your city? Okay. Trying to get your headphones to work properly?
I feel like I got one step closer to my true self. I can't.
But yeah. And that was the only thing that I've done. I still need to build like here. I was gonna build like a park here and then put like a sand pit or something. I just haven't done it yet because I'm lazy. I also want to delete this and just like, you know, have the trees like basically only water so that way this bridge kind of makes more sense, but yeah, other than that, that's everything. Stop wanting to play with me!
Wanna
I can't
play
be, you
red
know,
light,
at the end of sentences,
green
but
light?
that's it. I was gonna do you know
Here
too,
we
but
go.
I did so yeah.
Green light.
Cause I also
Red
say you
light.
know a lot. But I also say so and
light.
yeah a lot at the end of sentences, so.
Red light.
You made Shantae? Yeah.
Cut.
Wait, I didn't even. Oh my god. Wait, that's so sensitive.
Heh.
I didn't even like move it. Is that the depressed guy? It is a depressed guy. Oh yeah, there's Shantae's house. Shantae doesn't want to be outside for some reason. Make Deku? No. Here you go, Big Daisy. I was loose at that one. I was weird at it, but I don't know. Bro! I just wanted you to meet her! Love at first sight. Crazy. Everyone wants
that person's
Daisy.
name?
Everyone's Daisy now.
Daisy. It's beautiful. Daisy. Just saying
What
this
the
love
hell?
poetry. My heart is fluttering at the sound of her name. I think I'm falling in love.
Here
Nice
you
love,
go.
after all. I'm actually in love. I should start thinking of
What
romantic date
the
ideas.
fuck?
Where could I take Daisy?
Why is everyone in love? Everyone is falling in love with each other. They're not even getting to meet each other. They're just like, bro, they just want to fuck at
Good evening.
first sight.
I'm craving some good bread.
Bread? I have bread. Here you go, bread. Bread with chocolate. Why do you want bread? You better love this. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my fucking god. I don't know what to do for her. Actually, no, I know what to do. Yeah. Wait, what about walk, though? I don't know what to do for walk. Like I said, it was either gonna be this one or it was gonna be cutely. I think I'll do cutely. Can I see your Pomni? Sure. My Pomni is, I don't know. She kinda hasn't been doing
I feel a
anything.
bit more like myself.
I think someone fell in love with her, actually. Where is she? That's not Pomni. I'm gonna have to look for her. Oh, there. Oh, you fell in love with
I love
Moo.
Movie Star.
Yeah.
Movie Star is my sweetie.
There's Pomni. You wanna play with me? Fuck you. And
Movie
you're depressed.
star?
Okay. I don't care.
love
Oh,
you.
wait. Someone else. She's cute. Oh, everyone wants Moo.
Choose.
I don't know.
My name is Meekrot.
Like your rendition of Pomni. I gave her
Okay,
Hello Kitty
Summer me
outfit.
brought. I'm Tranquil Cloud.
I saw the Hello Kitty outfit and I was like, you know what? I'll give her Hello Kitty outfit. And then, yeah. It looks really cute. I want them to stop wanting to play with me. I'm gonna follow Pomni, actually. I want to see what happens. I feel like she's just gonna do stupid shit. Like, hang on, she's thinking right now. She's thinking of what stupid shit to do. And that's what she's thinking about. Make her friends this year, me? I'll try, but I don't know if it'll work. Like I said, my me just kinda don't want to be friends with each other. It's kinda sad. I don't know where your me is. I can't fucking find it. Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, you wanna play with me. I was ignoring you because you wanted to play with me.
Pardon me? Could I have a moment? My name is Pomni.
So glad to meet you, Pomni. I'm Bubble Nuppy.
Okay, can you like not want to play with me now?
ASMR pink attention.
Pomni's acting
Recommending
outgoing and sharing personal details of being mindful not to overshare. You're talking about mommy, so I think you're already oversharing. But you know what, whatever. It's fine.
I had a fun time with Bubble Nuppy. And if I'm being honest, it's all thanks to you, big clown.
That's her entire dynamic with Jax. Oh no, Bubble Nubby's the new Jax.
Everyone,
What the fuck? Wait, Ario's in love with Dad Double? Bro, who isn't in love with Dad Double? I swear to God. You know what? Oh wait, you're already friends. Fuck you.
watch me.
You know what? Oh wait, you're already friends. Okay, you know what? Go back. You? Yay, okay.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Shantae.
Third time's a charm.
Shantae.
Hell no.
I'm Moomy Star. Campbell Moomy Star.
Maybe a pet. What's your Grin? I already gave Grin a pet. I gave Grin everything I could.
Green face watch your gal.
He's just gonna be depressed. It's fine.
Now I'm closer with Moomy Star. Thank you.
Like until his stomach, like, you know, unless he's hungry again, like I can literally do nothing for him.
Cleanse me and make me anew.
Also, I can't even do anything right now because he's outside. I have to wait for him to go inside. Let's see. Yes, I'll introduce Muscular Hugh
I
Morris.
don't think I've introduced myself yet, have I? They call me Hugh Morris. So glad to meet you, Hugh Morris. I'm Wesky Taurus.
Yay!
Around this so travel?
Hugh Morris is somebody talking about himself in the hope of making a new friend. Wesky, how do you feel about Hugh Morris?
Rectangle, Wesky Taurus. You stumbled through Jumbo. You crack me up, Hugh Morris.
Oh, that's how you feel about Hugh Morris. And the phrase they call me in that scenario. I mean, they do call him Hugh Morris. Like, they call me my name, yeah. What the fuck? Why are you staring at two strangers? Why is he doing this? Bye. Real humorous is chill, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Wait, who's strangers? Oh, Rosalina and Chip.
This is great.
You know what? Play together.
So nice to meet you. I'm Chippy Chomp.
You can do
You're
this.
Chippy Chomp. I'm Rosalina.
You are Rosalina.
Bubble on a star.
John was talking about herself and a bubble for some reason.
Bubble, Rinsey, Bubble, Pop.
Bro, you always had to talk about Bubble. I think, yeah, you always had to talk about Bubble, I think. That's just the right thing to do. Okay, you know what? I know what'll cheer him up. I had to waste a wish on him. But it's fine. He can go to... I'm gonna drag him to America because, honestly, it's what he deserves. He said he had no friends. Yeah. Nobody
Oh,
has any friends on this
Hello,
island.
Victor. Are you really giving this to me? Thank you. A change of scenery could help me take my mind off things.
Get dragged to
Well,
America.
Here I go. Bye.
It's what you deserve. I hope this makes him even more depressed, actually. Oh my
Road
god.
trip. Just cruising through Monument Valley.
He's a
No
cowboy.
big deal.
Why is he sad though? Because someone rejected him twice. He tried to ask someone out, and he got rejected.
How often does the
And he
Statue
tried to
of
ask him out
Liberty
again
change
for
the
some
chances
reason.
Holding the torch.
And then he got
I wanna
rejected
see it.
again.
Say cheese.
Yeah, me too.
The skyline looks great from the Brooklyn Bridge.
Why are you in New York? You went from like fucking California to New York. Like, what the fuck? I didn't mean to say them. Oh my god. I
Going
have to
on that
delete
trip
those.
did wonders for my mood. I feel so much better now.
I hope he finds one of those
I have
New
a
York
souvenir
rats.
for you.
Whoa, I got a Statue of Liberty figure. Who should I get this to? Okay, he's happy now. Yay. He also has no friends.
I'm
Wait, I
feeling
just
better
realized.
now.
Bro, no one has any friends. Only the original me's have friends. Who is this? Anna. Oh no, wait, this is a very important choice. Cause she might fall in love. So this is a very important
Are you
choice.
alright?
Please help me.
Yeah,
So
bruh.
first I do this, then this.
Oh, I think you're onto something.
My hair keeps being blown into my
You are
face. I
so
hate
kind.
it.
Anyone would have helped.
I'm trying to use my headphones, but like, bruh. Yeah, it's great. Wait, Pomni wants a friend. Hello, Pomni. Who do you want to be friends
Good
with?
evening. I've got a confession to make. I'm kind of into Movie Star.
Yeah, I know
Do you
that.
think we're compatible?
You know what? I'll say yes.
Oh, well, I hope you're right. I could totally see us getting closer.
Oh yeah, that's also why no one has any friends, because whenever they have like the friend problem, they just like always ask, hey, do you think I'm good like with this person? And they never actually make a friend. So yeah, I don't know.
Huh?
Why is the me
Hello.
libido so high? I don't know.
Could you bring me some clothes that make me look more mature? I
Uh,
don't want to look old though. More like, I want people to think I work at a bank or something. You know.
I can try. I should give her this. Yeah, you know what? You work at a bank, you look like this. Do it? Okay, I will. Here you go. Yeah. No, they fucking hate it. Who could have seen this coming? Oh my god, that took away so much. Like, why are you pissed off?
Ugh. I'm feeling all over the place right now.
Yeah, they're right pissed off.
Sorry,
Why'd you
I'm
put
a
me in
little
wax?
upset with Suest.
Me?
Why did she have to say that?
Why are you upset with me? What did I do? Why'd you say? I don't know what I said. I'm literally just sitting here reading Yuri's Smut. I don't know what I said to you.
Simply wonderful.
Wait, am I gonna read Yuri's Smut with my wife? Oh my god, wait. This is actually like the dream. This is actually the dream right here. Wait. I get to read Yuri's Smut to my what? Wait, they're saying the secret of this Yuri's Smut is hidden within line. You couldn't read this.
Well,
Huh?
good
Okay.
evening.
Big clown hi ya.
What's
I
wrong
was
with you?
talking to Dagger Fox,
Oh.
but things just didn't click.
You know what? That makes sense. Also, that's really funny. I pissed you off and then I went to read Yuri Smut to my wife. That's actually so fucking real. That's actually so real, you don't understand. That is something I would do. I would piss someone off, not care, and then just read Yuri Smut. Okay, karate style, you got that, you got that. What do you want? Big Eater. Everyone also wants Big Eater. Where the small eaters at? Where the small eaters that also
I
eat
feel
really
like I
fucking
got
slow?
one step closer.
Uh-oh. 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 Why does that happen twice? Me. To Bells. Why did my PC almost die twice? We start giving everyone Toy Stories duels. I know. You don't have to tell me anything about this game. Bro, I'm level 87. I gave so many people toys. Actually, I gave 3 people Toy Swords, but you know, it doesn't matter. I've already seen. I think I've already seen all the dual cutscenes already, actually. Because of that. Here, have a truffle.
Yum.
If you get everyone Toy Stories, it will hit the camera and kill you IRL. True. That will happen. Dumb question, I have 1 hour in this game. Yeah, you know what? I shouldn't. Okay, what did Chit want? I already got that one. Stands while shaking hips. Okay. Here you go. I think it's really funny because with this quirk too, when they sit, they still shake their hips. And it just looks so fucking stupid. Wait, what can I- oh, that.
Please come again.
I'm gonna stare at Aro. Why is she in a wetsuit? What the fuck? Wait, she's throwing something away? Oh my god. I gave Juno's me that one. This? Oh wait, no, the shaking hits one. I think Juno asked for something else when I asked them. Like, they told me something else. Cause yeah, I literally asked everyone like, hey, what do you want your muse to have? And so yeah, now I'm giving them what they want their muse to have. Miku! I had to look at Miku! I don't know why I gave Miku this. But I gave Miku that walk. Yeah, I don't know why I gave Miku this. It's insane though. I love it. And then I gave Tedos a walk like a robot. Wherever they are. Yeah, there they are. Tedo's bored. Miku has the model one. I wanted to, I don't know. I didn't want to overuse the walk like a model one because I knew like most of my woman friends would want that.
Smells amazing.
So I didn't want to overuse it. Because I want to at least see like every quirk at least once, except for the father one because I hate that one. But yeah. That's it. I don't even know why that one's in the game. Actually, I think debating not putting it right.
Aerobics with me.
Fine, I'll bring someone to you. Here.
1, 2, 1.
Yay! They're so happy. When Tedo levels up, actually, when Tedo or Miku level up, I want to give them the breakdancing thing.
Pardon me, could I have a moment? My name is
I want to see them breakdance.
Hey, Tedo. I'm Daisy.
How about trading a plan?
Tedo's asking for advice about her lost dildo.
You trackled the sham already?
No, you can't lose that. You can't look for it. You don't know where it's been.
Clever.
Okay, you're Cappy. You know what? I'm just gonna force them to interact with people that they've never interacted before. Actually, yeah, you like Pomni, so...
Hey, what's good? My name's Bland.
I know you
Hello
like
there,
Pomni.
Bland. I'm known as Pomni.
You are known as Pomni. Bland is going on about how he sees himself as a rage baiter. Insane prawns. I know, I chose such good words. You see, everyone has to be as hilarious as me, I think. I'm so hilarious. Have you met? No.
We haven't met yet, have we? My name is Oro Zoro.
So what I should just do,
Oro Zoro, I'm Mooney Star.
when there's nothing going on, this is just what I should do. And then I'm gonna see, like, someone who pissed off me because they actually hate each other.
Yuri Slutwatch Delta Fair.
He rage baited on her date. Are you like GLaDOS? Yeah. We discovered that. I don't know when. I discovered how to do GLaDOS voice like accidentally. And then it just became her voice.
Greetings. I'm Alex Jen.
Alex Jen. Fine.
Bro,
I'm Cohen.
why do you not want to talk to him?
I say check CPAC.
Actually, it's telling tales of his own gallant adventures.
And that's a twindoodle at Sepulpack.
Why is Samboop over there? Just kind of staring. What the fuck? Did I mess up the road? No, I didn't. Okay. It just looks weird there for some reason. Are you friends? No.
There's a face I don't recognize. Hi.
I just had,
I'm
yeah,
Sambu.
I just had to introduce everyone to
Hello,
someone.
Sambu. In that case, hey, I'm Sunflower. Good to meet ya.
Hello, Sunflower.
Oh, Trappy Window
Sambu's talking about how much they're into saying slurs. Sambu, is this true? Do I have to ban you?
Red Twinkle. Sunflower. You stumbled through Jambo.
Sambu, I might have to
Talking
ban
to
you.
Sambu.
Mods ban that guy.
That was really fun.
Wait, what the
Thanks
fuck?
so much.
Wait, I never seen this before. Wait, what the fuck? Uh-oh. What is Meek thinking? Don't make me bite. No. Don't. No. Why does it have to be the yellow one too? Fuck you. I hate yellow. Disgusting color.
Big clown.
Same with green.
Hi-ya.
Disgusting
My
color.
look is lacking a certain something. Can
Yeah.
you get me a top that matches my current outfit?
You should buy a bench. A top that matches those fucking shorts? You're asking me for something impossible. You know what? Fine, whatever. Here you go. I think I did a pretty good job. Listeners, my favorite one is... I don't think you can say that. I don't think you can say that. Just a hunch. Why are all my Miis like huddled in a corner? What's going on in that corner? Wait, I need to go over there and see what the fuck's happening. Whatever. You know what? Baseball. There we go. Yeah, baseball. What the fuck is happening here? They're saying they need a mold to truly understand this jazz album. Okay. You know what, Daisy? You talk to someone. Yeah, you know Peach, you don't know that, but they're talking, so I don't really want to break them up. So you know Heihachi? No.
Hey, nice to meet you.
What are Riku and Teto talking about?
What a great name. Daisy. I'm Heihachi. Nice to
Daisy
meet you.
is a great name. Daisy saying she'll support mommies for true. Real. Actually real. Heihachi shipper. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Rather small boots. Funny no Lucy.
Cannon? Actual cannon, bro? Oh my god. This is crazy. Enemies
What's
to
happening to
lovers.
me?
She found something better
Looking
than
at
bread.
Miku has
Yeah,
got my heart
Miku.
racing. Could what I'm feeling for Miku be love?
It is love.
I knew it. Feelings like this can't be anything but love. I'm
You
going to
must
take
love
a deep
her.
breath and ask Miku out.
Okay, well that'll take like 7 fucking days, but you know what? Whatever.
Jabble. Flip.
Jebel. I mean, I have Jebel on my island. In every universe. It's like Larry and Dan. In every universe they got together.
What Marvel 20 goes over?
Well, someone
Okay. Meet Pomni just because you're both short.
Pardon me? Could I have a moment? My name
Wait.
is Pomni.
Wait.
Oh, your name is Pomni. Nice to meet you. I'm Meek Ross.
This is crazy.
Imagine Pomni.
Pomni's talking about the beloved dildo collection. You know.
That's the twin little pet sample pack.
Oh wait, me case this. Me case.
Sorry, but that sounded like nonsense to me.
I can't believe
I
we did.
didn't understand anything.
I actually did Dan on Chips. What? Oh my god. How could you? I think Chips Island is not canon. Why should you keep
I'm
talking
in a
about
bit
that?
of a funk.
She's a YouTuber. You know, so she kind of has to. I think. Bro, I don't know what to give you. I honestly have no idea what the fuck to give you. Cause like you're shy only the first few episodes and then you're not anymore. That's why I gave you this, just cause I don't know, maybe I should just give you like the cute ones. Give her maracas. You know what? Real. Actually real.
Thank you.
Bro, you're actually so real. I don't know what to say.
My love.
I'll help Meek after this cutscene.
Calling Montana with a chat on Tokyo. He'll again in Calamanga. Gozo.
So who's the only one not
I'm just
enough
going
here?
to
It's
lay this out there.
Hashi's, right?
Laru, your night screams are keeping me up.
What the fuck, Larry? What are you doing? Larry, what's happening?
happening to the best of us?
Larry, what's happening to you at night? Why are you screaming at night? What's wrong with you?
Grandpats want you. Watching rom-coms
The
makes me
nightmares.
think. I'd really like to fall in love one day.
You will. And it will be beautiful.
Got a
Anybody want to
sunscreen.
do me a solid? I found a roach in my bed last night, so I need someone to swap rooms with me.
Wait, she would actually say this. Wait, that's
I'm happy with my
crazy.
little Thanks.
She would actually say this. That's actually crazy.
I've got a confession to make. I threw away the book that was on the table. The one with a dildo on the cover.
Why would you throw that away?
That's for the best.
No, what do you mean?
How about Traven?
Why do they keep talking about dildos? Like, out of everything they can choose to talk about, they're just choosing to talk about dildos. You know where that dildo's been. Okay, time to head pat you and then you'll like do something. Thanks for the head pat. I don't know what to give you either. I could give you, I don't know if they're big or light either. And then I don't know what else they are besides Night Owl. So that leaves ending a sentence. But I don't know what to give them. Larry, what do you think I should give Meek as an ending sentence? Wait, what if I just do meow for now? Yeah, what if I just do meow for now? Mold. I can change it like literally right now, that's why I don't care. Meow works, yeah.
Thank you.
I thought it was like,
Now I
wait,
feel
this
more
works.
like myself. Meow.
Meow. Can I get a meow in chat?
We haven't met yet,
Bro,
have we? My name is Peach.
she's getting wet.
Hey, you said Peach. Well, I'm Dagger Fox.
Well, I'm so influential. Peach is feeling pretty proud of her encyclopedic knowledge of yaoi. Oh my god, Peach is a Fujo. Wait, that's crazy. Peach, no, you can't be into that. You don't know what. Oh my god. What you want?
Hello, big clown.
What the fuck you want?
I'd like some dinner.
Okay, you know what? That's fair.
Welcome.
I'll give you
Thank you
this.
very much.
You'll probably like this, right? It has an egg. You'll probably like this. Mickey's voice is so cute. Yippee, boys. Oh my god. Wait, dog, what the fuck? I don't got that dog in me. Larry, you know what to do. Please do it for me. Larry, please. Hi, Pashis. How's it going? Thank you. I'm fucking dying. Hello. Dog, I don't got that dog in me. Hello, my name is Celeste. I'm a Bat Clown VTuber. I mainly stream Nintendo and horror games because I'm a freak. How do you like my Tomodachi Island? We got fucking Heihachi watching one of my friends. We got Hugh Morris. We got Princess Peach in the back over there. I don't know where Pomni is, but Pomni is here too. I have Pashis on my island as well. Wait, she's here.
My pack of cigarettes got a Subi.
But yeah. Hello. No, you pissed off Heihachi. Oh, you don't know what you just unleashed. You don't know what you unleashed. Oh my, he's gonna kill you.
Huh.
But yeah. I basically
I
just have a bunch of people here. Wait, I need to show you my Pashis because I just threw up in something so cool. Wait. Get away from me. I don't care about you. I do care about you, but fuck you. Where is she?
Lymphanora too.
Yeah, that's
So, you leave it.
Roman volcano he
Hey,
is.
what do you need?
Get out of his chair, please. Thank you.
Tomorrow, Ronville,
Yeah.
Tornado Saha.
Look at her. I think this is accurate.
So first,
I think this is very accurate.
Oh,
Oh, and I made you wash the dishes? Oh my god. Woman. But yeah. Those are on my knees. It's so free. It's so her for real. It is
so
her.
funny.
Actually, what's also is she hasn't fallen in love with anyone on this fucking island. I think we want to fall in love with her, but she hasn't fallen in love with anyone. She's ending us to wash the dishes. So accurate. I told you. I feel like Kirby is so accurate. True Chud. Wait, you want to see a true Chud? Actually, hang on. Where's the chuddiest of me here? I mean, he's kind of a chud, right? Like, look at him. He's a chud. But I also feel like she's a chud. Bro, this is chud behavior right here. Why is she doing this? Bro, go away. Enoch said, "I'm a chud." Did she? But so is Teto. Is Teto a chud? Here, talk to this guy.
Pardon me?
Nintendo was
Could
so
I have
good
a
at
moment?
releasing a
My name is
tutorial for
Tommy.
Hugh Morris.
Hey,
Yeah.
Tommy, I'm Kazuma Bovino.
I didn't even watch that tutorial though. I watched something else. I watched someone else make him, and then that's how I made him.
That's Papa on a starter?
Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just cool, or maybe that person is cool. Someone is cool.
Yeah.
Whoever that person is, I'll actually shout out to them because I was allowed to make humors. I need to add more me's,
Good evening.
but
I'd like
I
to be
don't know.
friends with Sean
I only
Kane.
have like little ideas.
What should we
Like I
talk
said, I
about?
want to make Jason from ZA. I also want to make Laban. I want to make
Got it.
I want to
I'll
make
go talk to her about saying slurs.
Ada, Leon, and Grace, and I don't know who to make after that. Maybe Kiryu.
Good evening,
too, as well.
Shantae.
Because I do love Yakuza. It is my favorite video game franchise before it
Do
went
you
to
feel
shit.
like
But,
talking
you know, I
about
don't really want to talk about that right now. Um,
saying slurs?
so yeah. Tell them to
Okay,
repost a
let's
humorous
check this
tutorial on
out.
Twitter.
Visualize saying slurs.
Rebecca? I
Do
could
you
make
want to join
Rebecca.
I mean, it's
What is
not
the
just because
Yakuza?
you're asking, but I'd pick you.
I don't know. Don't talk
Oh,
about it.
Well,
Actually, the word
in that
Yakuza is
case,
banned in my
I'm
chat.
gonna
Never
Google
talk about it
you
ever
and say
again.
slurs ASAP.
Make Leon. I don't know who else to make because I can't draw. Also, I want to make cigarettes.
Nice. I knew saying slurs would bring
Make
Shantae and me
Ethan? I
together.
can't make Ethan.
Makes sense.
What?
Me
Do I
and
just
Ethan
use
have the same
default
taste
me
in
and then name
hobbies,
him Ethan
no
and make
wonder
him
we get along.
blonde? Is that what I do? I could do that. I will do Leon. Hang on. I need to do something first.
Welcome.
I need to do something. That's not
Please
what I
come
wanted to do. What do I do? What do I make? Make Ethan by putting a shadow over a blank face. Is there a pixelization filter in this? Or like, do I have to just be cool? I think I just had to be cool. Okay, whatever. I'll make this food. I also messed up again. The bubble's so cute. Yeah, I did such a good job on bubble. That's the only thing I've done a good job on. Okay, well. I think you know what I'm gonna do here. But like... I don't know the logo. Fuck, I had to... Bro. I don't know if it's worth it. I had to do all this. Is it worth it? I mean, to be fair, I could just do that, and then, yeah, okay, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it, bro. There, it's all white. It doesn't matter, it's all white. No, not that one. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, well there, I don't know what I'm gonna do there. That's like its own issue. I can't move it down. There we go. I don't know what I'm doing. If I go outside the- oh, it will. Okay. You should make them your own. I was gonna make 7 stars because I want to make Kiryu. But like, then I had to, you know, not do this. Because it's a white box. So it sucks. But I want to make Kiryu. But yeah, but then I had to like, bro, I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Okay, wait, is there something else I can make that's funny? Because I do want to make something. Okay, the reason why I asked if there was a pixelization filter is because, something. I wanted to make something that's very obvious, but, I can't, so, you know, whatever. I'll just do this instead. Giant Heihachi head. And then, who is he fighting? Giant Pomni head. This is Mugen, I think. And then... I love that guy. And then it says... Versus. Because it's Mugen. Yeah, this is Mugen. I don't care, fuck you. Mugen.
Mugen.
Average Fortnite duo. No, it's Mugen. Content. Funny. Vibe. fighting. The amount of detail? I know, I did so good. I can draw with the controller, trust me. Look at my drawings with the controller. You have this puffle, and then you have this bubble. Honestly, I think I'm good at drawing with a controller. I'm actually so good at drawing with a controller. I don't want to talk to you. I'm actually so good at drawing with a controller. I'm level 89. I'm so addicted to this game. Please get me out. Release me. The brain damage pump was so good. I can draw with a controller, I think. I wanna make something. Wait, I said object. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Egg. Owl. Owl. Oh my god, wait. Owl. What object is this? Owl.
Owl.
Owl. Finish. Owl. Smell. Owl. Appearance. Owl. Feel. Owl. Owl. Whatever. Wait, this is a house? Oh no, just an odd. Okay. Sure, owl. Owl.
Welcome.
Owl.
Thank you very much.
I made owl. If you're bad, it's so funny. Whatever you make. Okay. I want to make something, but I need to like know how to do pixel art. So I don't know if I can do it. No, I don't want it. Wait, what did I choose? I'm not even paying attention to my. Okay, treasure. Yeah, I guess. No, I want it to be a pet. But basically, I wanted to make like a censored dildo. But like, I can't do pixel art, so it's like, what do I do for this? I think I'm actually just gonna like, I don't know, have to import something. But I can't do this. Owl. But yeah, that's what I wanted to do as a pet. But I can't. I can't do pixel art, so I can't do that. I wish there was like a pixelization filter. Stop wanting to play games with me.
Let's play coin.
Make it really small and bigger.
What?
I don't know if I can do that.
Heads.
You're like overestimating my capabilities of drawing with a controller. It might warp it enough. I mean, I could just draw like a, I don't know, like a dildo shape and see what happens. But like I said, I'm using a controller, so I don't know. I don't know if it'll go over well. Oh man, I could have gotten the satellite. What the fuck? What's wrong with you? You're dying. Where's Humorous? Help him.
What's going on?
But yeah.
Here? I just can't.
So good. I mean, you can draw penises on stream. It doesn't matter.
Okay, now hold still. Here we go.
I know this because I've seen a big
what
streamer
does
do it
that
before.
mean?
As long as it's not like insanely detailed, it's very bad. No! Stop wanting to fuck each other. Especially this
I can't
guy.
believe I've been living on the same island with someone so stunning.
What the fuck?
Oh, humorous. I'm getting butterflies in my tummy just looking at you.
You gotta
I
be
think I'm falling
kidding.
in love.
The humorous
I
Riz.
looked
It's
into
insane.
gentle eyes and fell madly in love.
Classic you.
Oh, I can imagine us together. I could gaze into those eyes every day.
Oh my god, bro. This is crazy. Total strangers, by the way. I just want you to notice, total strangers, by the way. She said as having sensitive stuff in her stream. Yeah, it should be fine. I had the sexual content warning. But like I said, I could literally just draw like a very small, like, bad penis shape. Oh wait, why is it black? Yeah, like that. And then... Oh no, it won't warp it at all. Wait, that's actually crazy that it doesn't warp it at all. Looks like an inhaler? I don't think that's what an inhaler looks like. It looks more like a leg. But yeah, it won't. Oh, this won't work. Yeah, this won't work. Okay. My dreams. They're bad. SNR can look like anything.
Huh.
I
Let's
think
try bowling together.
you don't know what an inhaler looks like. I think that's what it is. Whoa, I'm so good at bowling, I caused a split. Right? I'm so good at bowling. No! What the fuck? Oh yeah, one more. Okay, I'm so good at bowling. Whoa! I love bowling. I should go bowling again. Who wants to play bowling with me IRL? So I can throw the ball at I got a jellyfish. I want to throw the ball at someone. The best that has ever lived. Who do I... You know what? Yeah. Be friends with Daisy and fall in love
Nice to meet
immediately. That'll go over so well.
Wonderful to meet you, Daisy. I am Juno Elise.
Okay, Bubble Nubby, just like... As a hypothetical, are you okay with Gino cucking you with a fictional character? Because that might happen. Do like 2 circles and a line, just call it a day. Because at this point, I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't care.
Huh?
I forgot I gave him Bubble. I need to give Pomni
Well,
Bubble. I don't think I gave Pomni Bubble
I'm in
yet.
the mood for some hot food.
I kept meaning to give him Bubble and I never gave him Bubble. What's hot? You know what? Hot pot pie. Yep, that's hot. Okay, fuck you. Here you go, have a pot pie.
Yum.
You know what else is hot? Cum. But I'm not gonna eat that, so fuck you. Yeah, see? You only really liked it. I think I should rename my island to Cuck Island, cause honestly, that's what's happening. Like, that's just what's happening. Oh, wait, what did he have? Did he have this? I just gave him this. I'm gonna give him all the cute quirks, so that's probably what they did. I don't
feel like
remember.
I'm becoming my true self more and more.
Wait, strike the pose, please. No, he hates me. All he had to do was one thing, and then I could have gotten the clip, and then he didn't even do it. So like, what the fuck? Oh, Chip is bored. Pomni. No, get over here.
Word.
Wait, I think I already... Oh no, I didn't. Okay, here you go.
Well, is this really the first time we've met?
Wait, I should have done
I'm Chippy
Heihachi.
Chop.
Where's Heihachi?
Hello there, Chippy
I don't know where
Chop.
Heihachi is.
I'm known as Pomni.
What is that sand path going to the ether? It goes to the mysterious lighthouse.
This is looking based on its
See?
furniture.
It goes to the mysterious lighthouse.
This is looking based what those elves are said.
Do you want to cross it, like, in the middle of the night to, you know, tend to the lighthouse? I don't think you do. But it's ominous and it's mysterious. See, it's just a risk you have to take
I'm feeling a little upset.
if you tend the lighthouse. Have you ever seen the movie The Lighthouse with Robert Pattinson and Willem Dafoe? It's like that. It's kind of like that.
Um,
Yeah,
mhm.
yeah, it's like that.
I'm hungry.
No, okay, spoiler alert, Robert Pattinson fucks a mermaid.
Welcome.
Or something like that, I don't know.
Thank you very much.
Housekeepers previously have been
Yum.
too easy, I'm glad to make it harder for them, yeah. Exactly. Honestly, life needs to be harder for them, I think, actually. Them specifically. Like, I don't know, I think I'm just being real. That's what needs to happen.
All praise the mommy ASMR.
Real!
Praise.
Praise.
Real! Do you like Euphoria? I never watch it and I never want to
All bow
watch
before
it.
the mommy ASMR. Bow.
But I like Robert Pattinson.
Aw,
But I know he's not in it.
thank goodness.
I'd want to watch
Just
the
a
Batman
dream.
Part 2 already, though. I need that to come out. The Batman is like my favorite
Oh.
movie of all time. And now they're making a sequel, and now I need it. And fucking Bucky from Marvel is in it as Two-Face. It's like, bro, this is gonna be pink. But you know, whatever. To be fair though, Sebastian Stan is like too good for the MCU. I'll say it. Make Batman. I don't think I can make Batman. I can make Robert Pattinson Batman, but I don't think I can make Batman. Or Robert Pattinson Bruce Wayne, I guess. But yeah, I'll say it. Romanians on top. Chicken! Who wants to be a chicken? Can you make the Batman who- No. I hate you. I'm gonna put you in this chicken outfit. Just for saying this. You're gonna be a cock. And a cuck. 2 in 1.
Oh,
You're taking a shower, I can't do it. Make Harley Quinn? I could probably do Harley. It depends what Harley though, because there's a lot of Harleys. There's so many fucking different designs for Harley, it's like crazy. Hi Bland, how's it going? Ballet, sure, I'm finished with this now. Suicide Squad? The Margot Robbie? I think if I do Harley Quinn, I'd want to do like original, like animated series Harley Quinn. But also, that's really hard to do, but you know, whatever.
I would just love.
Why does everyone want the yellow street lamp? Fuck you. Yeah. That's base as hell of you. I mean, she's like my favorite design. Like, bro, they really peaked with animated series Harley Quinn. Like, no other design has ever topped it. I was in love. Wait, who are you in love with?
My heart hurts.
You had to make Ivy Tater too. That's if I make
may
Ivy.
not know Dab Devil
Why
very
Dab
well,
Devil?
But I know fate has big plans for us. What should I do?
You know what? Become friends.
Yes. We could start as friends. Fascinating.
I don't know
What
what's
should we
going
talk
on.
about?
Don't look at this. The Jonkler.
Got it. I'll go talk to him about Jonkler.
Just because we're talking about Batman. I had to make Joker too then.
Good evening, Dab Devil.
But also I wanted to make Daredevil and like
Do you feel like talking
Kingpin and
about
Bullseye for some reason.
Jonkler?
Sure, but I wonder.
Can you make this
Quick.
Subway
A
Slammer?
test.
Bro, I only had so
How
many
accurate is
slots.
your Dodgeonkler
I think
impression?
after this
My
next to me, I'll only have like
Jonkler
30 more
impression.
slots.
I've never tried before, but I'm feeling
To be
brave.
fair, 30 is a lot.
How's this?
Make an asshole.
Heidi ho. Look at me. I'm Jonkler.
Bro, that's such a good Jonkler impression.
Wow. You sound just like them.
Are you talking about?
You're
You know
so
they're
fair.
talking about the
I thought I was
Junkler.
listening
Do you
to
not
the
know
real
who the
person.
Junkler is?
You're so talented. R.O. Zoro.
The Junkler says,
You-
I'm the Junkler, and then he
We
junkles
wanna
all
be
over them.
friends.
That's the Junkler. That's what he does. I like that it's written all caps. It's the Junkler. What do you mean?
Looks like my Junkler impression really brought down and I together.
What the fuck?
I still can't
I'll show you
believe
the Junkler. I can't. They're not on my island. You have to look them up yourselves. I'm sorry. I haven't made the Junkler yet. Okay, what did Ario want? I'm gonna have to look this up. Greets with a nod. You know, I thought I was gonna be the only one with this, but surprisingly no. And I'm glad.
I feel like I'm getting closer to who I truly am.
My leg hurt. My leg is sore. I've been sitting too much. Okay, should I make another me? I kind of want to. Just so, like, you know, they don't have an uphill battle making friends. But I kind of want to make, like, the me's in bulk, just so, again, they don't have an uphill battle making friends. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Wait, what's happening here? Oh my god, all these people came and Nintendo just left. Real. Actually real. I need to get art of me and Hayachi chilling like on the island. Show you Bubble? Oh, this is Bubble.
Same slurs with movie star.
Hey yo,
Did I just say it out loud?
Bubble, no, I can't be there anymore. It seems like some bees are planning on gathering you. You're saying slurs is rude.
Silent buff, right? Salad.
Wait, this is crazy. I want to look at. I just always want to stare at Pomni. I don't know what it is about Pomni. I just always want to stare at Pomni. Like she's like autism creature, I think. And now she's just here walking in the middle of the street. Wait, Pomni, go back! Pomni, no! Oh my god, it's gonna be like a truck just killing her. Pomni, go back! No! I knew it! I knew it!
Oof. Sorry. My mind was somewhere else.
No, it's my fault.
No!
Are you okay?
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Pomni, I told you, go back, look out! I told
Then they're
you!
both fine.
I
Good.
told
Stay
you!
safe out there.
Why would you do this? No! Oh
Who's
my,
that?
it's Heihachi the pussy magnet, not
Heihachi?
humorous.
Huh?
Oh
suddenly feel all
my
mixed
god.
I like Lumi Star, but I also have feelings for
You
Heihachi.
know what?
Who do you think I really like?
Bro, you love Heihachi. It's gotta be
I
Heihachi.
feel my love for Lumi Star is dying down. I think I like Heihachi.
Oh my god. What a cannon of it. I told her to look out. She didn't listen. No. What the fuck? I knew it was gonna happen. Oh well. Human is that old man? Why do we hate him? He's a funny guy.
Scare anyone?
I'll just put it as that. He's killed millions of people. Yeah, real.
It smells like the sea.
Time for my special move.
Heihachi Mishima. character observing how this UFO gets excited when around a pack of cigarettes? Bro, is this UFO Leiru?
My love hunting basic tomorrow. Strong gold. I'm a couple.
You're making a pack to support a mold. Leiru, are you an alien? Wait, who else is in love with Heihachi? Is it- oh wait, no, you're not in love with Heihachi. Wait, are you? You fell in love with
Good
someone.
evening.
Oh, Hugh Morris. That's who you fell in love with. Yeah. Is Tekken a fighting? Yeah, Tekken is a fighting game. I just put Heihachi on my island because Enox wanted Heihachi on my island. And then I said that's the only fictional character that you like that you're getting on my island.
Anyway,
And then that's it. That's why Heihachi is on my island. I feel like I should make another me. I don't know though.
What day is it again?
Because I don't know if I should do it on stream or
What
off
day is it
stream.
again?
Oh, Miku's there too. Yeah, but I like Miku. Heihachi W. Do it on stream.
Good evening.
It'll look bad because I don't
Gossip?
really remember what
I
they
wanna
look
chat?
like. You know, the people I want to make. Oh,
You know what's in lately, right?
no.
So tell me what's out. What's a trend that's completely disappeared off the face of the planet?
I don't know. I already answered this. And now I have to answer it again. Like, what do I put? Rage Comics, Big Chungus. I don't want any of these because they're just gonna repeat this. I don't want them to repeat any of that. Wait, you know what? Wait, I know. This is a deep-cut reference for true Celestellaria fans. This is if you're an OG. This is if you're a true Celestellaria fan.
Random meme vid? Oh, right. I totally remember random meme vid.
Yep,
Yeah, that got old pretty quickly.
it did. Or a Grant Alexa one fan. What's wrong with you? What the fuck? Oh, you're in love.
We're pretty high up.
Are you scared?
Wait, you're in love with Princess Peach, I forgot.
Don't worry. I'm right here with you.
I honestly forgot. Yeah. Real. Okay. I want to try making a me because I saw that there is like a cool way of making the eyes better. And I want to do that. Should have put Yagami on there. And so I want to try and see if it looks good, or if I maybe had to draw, but I don't think I had to draw. But you know, I guess we'll see. Actually, I might have to draw one thing, but I don't want to. But yeah. Is it this? I think. Yeah, you know what? This fits. Sorry, I'm looking at a reference for the character. And so I just like, maybe it's this. Yeah, you know what? This fits. Block. To be fair, I'll just get that eyebrow, huh? Like those eyebrows. Okay. So what I saw that you can do for eyes is... I need to find it first. I think it's down here. Yeah, you choose this eye, which looks really bad, but you can make it look really good. And then you do this. Basically, you have to move him, like, to how big you made him. You choose this. And you choose this. And you basically just move them. Yeah, that's the method I use on all of mine. Yeah. I don't really know how to make it good though, because you have to draw like the rest, right? And I don't know if that's something I can do. Or do you just like squish it out? You kind of have to shimmy them into... Oh. So like if I do this, and I just like put it down. Because I might have to make the eyes bigger, right? Oh, that just makes everything bigger. Yeah, tell me how to do this. Because you're probably the expert. You probably know how to do this way better than I do. Usually make the top part thicker and the lower part thinner. I see. How thick though? Like that thick or... And then how do you like squish it? Yeah. Oh wait, you probably have to squish the entire eyes, right? No. I don't know how to make it like go outwards. You can send you a TikTok video? Okay, please. Because I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Actually, I know I'm doing this wrong, but yeah. Oh, wait. I kind of understand. Yeah, okay. And then... okay. Yeah, okay, I understand now. Yeah, I understand now. But that means I have to do this. And then put that down. And then, like... I just have to move the bottom part now, because I think the top part is perfect. So, yeah, I had to make this really fucking thin. I had to move this in. Yeah, there we go. Who's this again? You'll see. Because I didn't tell you. And then... What's that thing in the top? Oh. I didn't want that. Okay, there we go. Hong Kong. Hello, Hong Kong. Honestly, I think it's doing good now. I think now I had to move these back. Yeah, okay, see? It looks good now. You sent me two? I think I figured it out before I could watch them, which is really funny. Yeah, honestly, the eyes look really good now. Okay, I see. I see what you had to do. I don't know if I'm making them as big. Wait, they can go really big. That's crazy. I just wanted to see like how big they can go. Honestly, I kind of like that. You want to stick to those videos? Yeah, you kind of just have to shimmy them just for ref though. I see. I understand. Yeah, I just wanted to try that out. Okay, you know, that makes sense now. Erm. 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 I didn't know I could give you lips. I didn't know I could give them like all lips. Wait, that's crazy. How did I not know any of this? They actually changed the Meme Maker so much that I just didn't know what you could do. Is it Ada? Yeah, it's Ada. Honestly, I kind of like this. I kind of like this, actually. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm, like, maybe... Wait, no. Okay, now I'm good. Yeah, now I'm good, maybe. Use the blush for that. What blush? What blush? If you want to do eyes white. Oh. I see. No, yeah, I didn't want to do that. I just wanted the blush. But, Do I just do white blush? Or do I use this? Yeah, no, that doesn't look good. The fourth one? Oh. But then how do I make it not bad? Oh, there we go. Okay. You know what? That's good enough. Whatever you like. I think I did good. Actually, wait, no. One thing is pissing me off. And it's the ear. Actually, it's not just the ears though. It's this. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now things are cool. She's kind of tall, right?
My name is Ada Wong.
Yay! I don't know when her birthday is, but yay! I know Hong Kong. I said Hong Kong. When's her birthday? When did RE2 come out? Ada Wong birthday. Oh yeah, she has no birthday. Okay, when did RE2 come out? RE2 release date. January 21st. I mainly remember her being tall and neon, but that could be hallucination. I'll make her 24. Because why not? Yeah, that's how she sounds. Bro, I remember sounding like this. I know she's not 24. But, like, we don't know how old she is, so...
My name is Ada Wong. It's nice.
That's how old she is on my island.
My name is
Just so I can get with her.
My name is Ada Wong.
My name is Ada Wong. My name is Ada Wong. My name is Ada Wong. My name is Ada. My name is Ada.
He gets better now.
My name is Ada Wong. 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 My name is Ada Wong.
Oh wait, you know what? That's why it sounds
Ada
weird.
Wong. It's nice to meet you.
Yeah, that's why it sounds fucking weird.
My name is Ada Wong. 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 My name is Ada Wong.
My name.
My name is Ada Wong. My name is Ada Wong. My name is Ada Wong. My name is Ada. My name is Ada Wong. My name is Ada Wong. My name is Ada Wong. My name is Ada. My name is Ada Wong. My name is Ada Wong.
I see that
It's
works.
nice to meet you. My name is Ada Wong. My name is Ada Wong.
No.
My name is Ada. My name
No.
is Ada Wong.
No.
My name is Ada Wong.
No.
It's
Okay.
My name is Ada.
No. She's pretty quick, you know. She's not honest at all, and she's also not polite. So, I guess I'll just do it there. Energy, she's kind of flat. She's kind of serious, and she's kind of normal. She's a little quirky, actually. I'll put it like here. Okay, there you go. She's an RE protagonist, of course she's a little quirky. Ambitious maverick, a twin self-starter cuts her own path like nothing standing in her way. Quick, bro, wait, is real. That's real. Bro, I'm so good at determining personalities. I'm actually so good at it. There you go, there's your purple fucking house.
Hey, you must be Big Clown. It's nice to meet you. My name is Ada Wong.
Yeah, your name is Ada Wong.
I want to experience everything this world has to offer. I live life on my own terms and try to be my own me. Thanks in advance for looking after me here.
Bro, I think I'm just good at making me's. Or something. I don't know. Says I don't know if you're here, but your name is Ada. Yeah, your name is Ada Wong. Also, hi Suplay, how's it going? Bro, I don't know if you know this, but her name is Ada Wong. Like, I don't know if you need to hear this, but her name is Ada Wong. That's crazy. Make your friends under me? I will. Everyone's, like, forced to be my friend on this island. This neighborhood must be so fucking expensive.
Hey.
Oh, so wait, what's her name? I think it's Ada Wong. But yeah, this neighborhood here, I'm headcaning it as just so fucking expensive.
Oh,
All the people who live there, rich.
pardon me. Could I have a moment?
Which is why Ada
name is
Wong
Ada
lives
Wong.
there.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, her name is Ada
How are
Wong.
ya?
I like that you made dogs.
Yeah.
How about trading a plan? You
Ada Wong is talking about how influential Yuri can be in society. Real. Actually real. I think it might be Ada Wong. I think it might be Ada Wong too.
Are you
I don't
alright?
know, but something
Oh,
tells
please
me
help me.
that her name is Ada Wong.
I
I don't know what it could be.
Doing that?
It's
No,
just something
I
that
actually
I'm
haven't.
thinking about. I don't know.
Thank you.
Don't worry about it.
You're welcome. Here you go. Who want me? Juno want me?
Huh,
Why Juno want
feeling
me?
bored.
I don't want to play this, but sure, whatever.
Here.
That's a book. That's a self-help book.
So,
That's a robot. That's your fucking robot, actually. That's a truffle, I think. Yep, that's that. There you go.
truffle.
I
lush.
made Ada Wong and Juno immediately wants my attention. That's crazy.
Congrats.
I think I know what she
Time
wants.
for your.
I got it! Yes, I can recreate it now! I finally got the Tanuki statue. Where is he? I need to give him to this immediately.
Huh?
You need this.
Oh, what?
You
do
better
need?
love it like you used to. If you don't love it, I swear, if you don't fucking love this. Okay, you know it, good enough. No one's watching you, bro. Why are you talking to Hugh Morris? Oh yeah, Larry, do you like the room I gave you?
I wish I had a Yuri. Oh, don't mind me. Just thinking out loud.
I love how loud your voice
I'm hungry.
is. You're hungry. I will give you this, because it has egg.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yum.
You're welcome. Well, you loved it, because it has egg. See, I told you, I knew it. I know you so well. It reminds me of the Brazilian rainforest, my natural habitat. Okay, Larry, what you want? What have I not given you? I don't care about that. Okay, what are you here? Actually, should I just say night owl? Cause you kinda are. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I should give that to you. I think you are just a night owl. Sure, okay. You could have multiple on that one, too, by the way. So, like, just tell me if there's another one that you liked,
like I'm
but
becoming
yeah.
my true self more and more.
Who else want me? You want me? Why you want me? Oh, you're fantasizing, you're gooning. About you
Don't
wars.
open your eyes yet. It's so cozy.
You can't goon about Hugh Wars. From the Miss one, it's the most accurate. Yeah, but on the Miss one, you can choose multiple. But you are a night owl, so. Oh, she has addicted to nicotine as a trait. Bro, I asked for this too yesterday. I asked, where's the alcoholism trait? Where's the addicted to drugs trait? The, you know. But they just don't have them. So it's like, what's the fucking point? I don't fucking know. I heard alcoholism. Yeah, of course you'd show up.
Good evening. I should probably eat a vegetable.
You probably should eat a vegetable.
Welcome.
Aren't vegetables in here? Yeah, but I don't have any. You know what, carrot cake?
Thank you very much.
That's a vegetable. Here you go.
Yum.
A singular vegetable. I gave her carrot cake. It's a vegetable. What the fuck? Bro doesn't like carrots. Or cake.
If it isn't Cyrus.
What the fuck?
Oh.
What's wrong with her?
We haven't met yet, have we? My
Why
name
is Miku
Cyrus.
over there? Is Miku tending the
Hello,
lighthouse tonight?
Cyrus. I'm Alex Chen.
Is that what's happening? Oh wait, I still haven't given Pomni Bubble. What's wrong with me? What's actually wrong with me? I think Miku's tending the lighthouse, but is too afraid.
Too bright.
No, don't watch you wars! What are you doing? You can't do this. Oh wait, you're ready, friends.
Good
Okay.
evening. Eva Palace. Hey there. How about trading a plan?
Like, it's dangerous. It's dangerous to meet people in this game. Because you just don't know if you're gonna fall in love. You don't know what's gonna happen. Where's Pomni? There's Pomni, here you go. Let me talk to you, stop stimming.
Good evening.
You just put out the maracas. Yeah, here you go. I bought this for you too. And I just never gave it to you because I kept forgetting. But now you have it. And you hate it. You know what, canon, actually. That's actually canon. And yet, it's here. They're still taking care of it. Even though she hates it. Just like her, I think. Why are you taking Bubble for a walk? Why is it in the tree? You can't do this. What the fuck?
I see you.
Okay. Bro, I love how stupid the me is. I actually love how stupid it is. But why is she like this?
Feel like a game of me shadow quiz. What do y'all say?
Like, she doesn't have to be like this, but she just is.
Here's your first mystery me shadow.
You know, maybe she should just change. That's fucking Miku, bro. That's me, actually. That's me. That's fucking Meek. I feel like it's the easiest game.
Mystery Knee Shadow.
Thanks for the head pat. That's Aro. Yippee! Yeah, I feel like this game is so fucking easy. I mean, especially for me, because all my Miis like look so different. So I don't know, maybe I'm just good at remaking. Who knows? I'm getting all the same shit. I'm playing this game too much. Oh no. Bubble Nubby. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I thought I had feelings for Moony Star, but my heart starts to race when I think about Tranquil Cloud.
Oh my god.
Who I really love.
You know what? Yeah.
Tranquil Cloud.
It's because she's also in love with you. Oh my god, that easy.
From here on out, I'll do whatever it takes to earn Tranquil Cloud's attention.
She's that easy. Why is everyone falling out of love this stream? Like, everyone's falling in love and out of love. It's like a balance. It's a balance, it must be saved. Or something, I don't know. That's how falling in love works IRL too, in case you're wondering, yeah. I feel like all the Miis have BPD. Is that a bad thing to say? If you ever see a unicorn orange shop, buy it for my Mii. Wait, there's angel wings. I bought angel wings. I don't know if we wanted them.
Closer to the light, truly.
Cause I did kind of buy them in case you wanted them. Hang on, I'll see where they are. Probably, yeah, there you go. Sure, okay. And there you go. Well. I think my Mii has bat wings, I think. Oh wait, no, I had to turn them back on, right? Because I changed my outfit. So I had to put them back on.
Looking chipper. Big clown.
How do I put them back on? Here we go. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's either choker or bat wings. You know what? Sure. That's me. Video completed for Princess Disorder. It's true. It's real. You know what? Eat together. I'm tired of my bees being alone.
Hello. I go by Tranquil Cloud. It's, nice to meet you.
Hey, Tranquil Cloud. I'm
Yippee!
Daisy.
Botting predatory ducks. Okay, now you're reaching, buddy. Gym class talking about yourself and feels a little foolish, but thinks it's worth it to possibly make a friend. Why do they always talk about mommy ASMR? I shouldn't have made that. They always talk about it. It looks like the bubble's on a walk. I love Bubble. Look at this bubble. Bully pursuing. Okay, buddy. You're reaching again. You don't have to reach this much. Just look at Pomni walking your bubble and it's fine. I feel like all my Miis are going to bed. Or maybe Heihachi is here. Or maybe it's just because I haven't introduced them to enough people, you know? Actually, how many Miis are in houses? That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 Miis are in houses. Bubble just breaks the fourth wall staring at us. It's because I drew it that way, but yeah. They're catching up on a pack of cigarettes and gossip. Bro! I said stop! Even better.
Hello, I'm Miku. Could I ask your name?
Hello there, Miku. I'm known as Pomni.
Hello, Pomni. Mickey was talking about herself in the church. She's already told this particular story. Thank you. What this guy doing? Why is he reading Yurisma in the middle of the road? I don't think you can do that. Hey, yo. Why'd you do that? Tedo, you can't do that on stream. Tedo, not here. Not now, please. Uh oh. Tedo, look out! Why'd he go for... to, like, monitor scenes?
What am I gonna do? I
What?
can't get Miku out of my head.
Oh, right, you're in love with Miku already. Okay, you know what? Fine. Fine. Bus? Bus? I think that just means, yeah. I think that's also what it means.
Animals. Woo. Yeah, baby.
Yay, animals! I didn't want to. What the
Please
fuck?
come again.
I want to go in here. What's in here? What new thing did I get? I don't see a new thing. Oh, there it is. Theater. Okay. Oh, there's probably a space picture too. Wait, where's space? Is there a space picture? I need to find space. Where's space? I'm gonna. No, there isn't space. That's stupid! Oh yeah, I found out how to get the credits too. Okay, if you want the credits in this game, it's not having a child. It's getting the travel ticket and then making someone go to space. Cause yeah, you can go to space. You skipped it? You sounded like the Portal Space Corps for a second there, did I? I don't know why. I can go to the store. I want to go to the store. There's that. Wait, oh, there it is. Okay. It's baseball. I fucking love baseball. Why is Pomni depressed? Wait, did Miku?
I'm in a bit of a funk.
Oh my god, you hate Miku.
Miku and I were chatting, and, well, I guess it just made me a little sad.
I think everything makes you a little sad, but you know what? I'm gonna pet you. Especially since you're trapped in a digital landscape, you know? But whatever. It's fine, I guess.
Pardon me, could I have a moment? My name is just
Honey got mad over the superior
You're just
digital
unsealed.
creation?
I'm
Yeah,
Rosalina.
real.
Wait,
Wait, Moo is slaying in that fucking outfit over there. It's the outfit Rosalina's wearing. Just Seal's revealing the little truth about big boobs. I need to know
It's
the
been a
little
while
truth.
since I've laughed like that.
Oh my god. She loves big boobs. She laughs at big boobs. Me too. If you want to make me laugh, show me your big boobs, please. All the women in chat. That's how I'll laugh. It's true, trust me.
Huh. Hey, 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 hey.
Wait, is it true they change
big
outfits
clown.
and hairstyles by themselves?
I've been thinking too hard.
In the 3DS
My
version,
head
yes.
feels all fuzzy
Here they haven't
inside.
done it yet. I've yet to get them the fashionista quirk. And then they'll start doing it.
Help me clear my mind.
So, you know, you have to unlock that and then give it to them.
Phew. I feel so much better now.
But yeah, they haven't done it to me yet. So I think that's what you have to do. I think they need that fashionista quirk. Why is it nighttime? Why is it nighttime outside? Why do we have days? Why can't it be daytime forever? Oh, now he's taking Bubble on a walk. Okay, buddy. Oh yeah, I gave Poshies that Chud plush over there. But honestly, I love that Chud plush. Even though it looks like a Chud, I love that plush. So yeah.
Huh.
Don't make me
you
buy
have a
something
moment?
here. No.
I
No.
would just.
No. Okay, but actually, whatever. It's a bench. Fuck you. Cereal trunk looks really good. I mean, it's just a circle and like eyes, and then I shaded the eyes. I gave it a little sparkle, and that's it. The teeth actually look really bad, in my opinion. Well, no, not the black part of the teeth. Just hang on, the shape of the teeth, like the smile. Because I think I did really bad on like the smile. But yeah, they don't. What are we talking about? Disgusting going out for some feet. Can Miku and Teto show me their feet, please? I think I would like it. Maybe. I think I would like it. Oh, he's bored? Meet Heihachi. Look on Twitter.
My thoughts reach you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Heihachi does love him.
Ugh. Suddenly I have a stomachache.
Is this canonical? Can Heihachi do this? I think it's canonical that Heihachi can do this. Like, really good considering you did it on a joystick.
Definitely you're a
True. Yeah, my drag so far I've been on like a joystick just because I think it's funnier that way. That's why I won't fix up the fucked up me's. Because I think it's funnier when I'm doing it with a joystick. Yuri's no, even the ants want it. What the fuck? That's mine. That's mine.
What am I gonna do?
Based ants.
It's out of my head.
Bye, Cyrus. Someone better have an actual issue. Oh, Ada Wong notices someone. Peach! Please, scissor on stream.
Pardon me, could I have a
Peak
moment?
ant days.
My name is Ada Wong.
Nice to meet you, Ada Wong. I'm Peach.
I think I did really good with the eyes, considering that was my first time doing that. But I think I did really good with the eyes. Wait, where's Pachi's running up
Now I'm
to?
closer with Peach.
And he wants to be
Thank you.
friends with Daisy and Peach. It's cause they're cool and hot, but also cool. Oh wait, you haven't met Pomni. Here you go. Meet Pomni.
Huh. Is this really the first time we've met? I'm Poshies.
Hello there, Poshies. I'm known as Pomni.
You are known as Pomni. Wait, you're actually so smart. Pachi's calling herself a me-hub sort of person. I think this is real. I think that's actually real. Holy fuck. When interaction. Wait, what happens after I get, like, everything? Because I'm almost there. They're complaining about the spotty internet coverage on Galactic. Wait, I have shit internet? I can't live here. Level 92 is crazy. Yeah, I've been addicted, I told you. I've been fucking addicted. But also, it's so much easier to get levels once you have a fuck ton of me's, because if you just make them interact with each other, they're casually trading rumors about mommies. You'll get happiness. And you know, also when you have a fuck ton of me's, like they'll always ask you for shit. And that's all, and so you know, it's also easy to get happiness. That's why I haven't really been doing anything crazy except just making a fuck ton of me's, and then they've just been asking for so much shit. And so that's why, like, the happiness is, like,
I
so
wonder if
easy to
whoever lives
get.
here with the open cloud swap.
I was gonna say, Bubble Nubby, look out!
That's my darling Bubble Nubby.
Good night. Your lover is over there. Your Tomodachi lover is right there, though. I like how you both chose the same walk. Yeah, you and Juno both chose the same walk. Wait, that's really funny. I thought Juno would have chose, like, walk like a model or something. But they didn't. Wait, are Miku and Daisy... Are they... Oh, they are!
What?
You gotta meet.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Daisy. You are Daisy? Yes. I thank you for your time.
Here you go.
My name is Mika.
Oh my god. Thanks for the head pat. I need more water. I've been drinking a lot of water. He's talking about himself in a way that feels kind of self-centered. Though I also just feel very hot, but that's because I had to turn on my ceiling fan because it makes a lot of noise.
What you said a moment ago was really nice. It actually reminded me of mine.
And then I have like a small fan to my right just for this. But it's not really that good because, you know, it's a small fan.
Thanks so much.
And so it just gets so fucking hot in my room. And now I'm dying. And also it gets really hot in my... What the fuck is she doing? But also it just gets really hot in my fucking room because also there's a lamp right behind my monitor. Just so the tracking isn't shit. And yeah, it just gets really hot. And also, I live in Texas, so it gets really hot. So basically, I'm dying. I'm dying. My room is a sauna in the summer.
I'll be fine though.
I'm dying. Why do I have to turn off my fan? I don't have to turn on my fan. You'll just all hear it and then complain. But you know what? Whatever. It's fine. They're saying these mommy ASMR give you more chills than big boobs. Honestly, I can see it. I can get it. I can get behind that. Not really though, but I can get behind it. Oh, there he is. I was looking for Humorous. I found him. I found the Chud. What is the Chud up to? The Chud is looking at flowers. Wait, me? My me like almost never has issues. It's kind of funny.
Hello.
Though I also feel like it's the same way in original Tomodachi Life. Chud be flashing people. Uh-oh.
You know what's in lately.
Why y'all asking me this?
So tell me what's out. What's a trend that's completely disappeared off the face of the planet?
Why y'all asking me this? Boring part pollution. I need this game. No money till next week. I'm gonna have no money this week because I'm trying to comp someone, but they haven't DM'd me back. Yeah, they still haven't DM'd me back. I DM'd them yesterday, but they haven't DM'd me back. I'm guessing Twitter DMs suck. But yeah. The red scare. You know what? I'll do Mr. Beast. They'll talk about Mr. Beast, whatever. Oh, is it because I didn't do a dot? Whatever, here you go.
Mr. Beast.
Yeah, okay, there you go.
Oh, right. I totally remember Mr. Beast. Yeah, that got old pretty quickly.
It did get old pretty quickly. Oh wait, no, they sent... Wait, they sent me a DM. Okay, yeah, Twitter DMs do suck. Yeah, I never got the notification. Wait, that's so weird. I literally just went to the chat and then it was like, oh yeah, you have a DM by the way. So I was like, oh, okay. Whatever, I
Good
guess.
seeing you. It may just be my imagination, but I get the feeling that Miku has a crush on me.
I think Miku does have a crush
You
on
really
you.
think so? I feel the same way.
They said there's a 2-month wait time. But I had to show you their other work. Their dance were already put in someone, they made it worse, so yeah. I don't understand how. They just did. I don't know who's friends with you. I guess I had to see. Can I grab him? Oh, I can't grab him. Oh, you're not friends with him. Okay. But wait, do you want to see, like,
Here we
the
are.
drawing that made me calm
What's the
them?
matter?
Bye-bye. Won't mommy?
Because I saw this drawing. I was already looking to calm
I
someone.
see.
And then I saw this drawing,
gonna
and I was
take
like,
a lot
oh
of
my
elbow
god, wait,
grease.
I have to calm them now.
Aw, I just cleaned my
Especially
elbows.
since they said that this was a calm. So I was like, bro, I had to calm them now. No! Bro!
Who is that?
What the fuck?
Alex Jen.
Real?
I think I'm falling in love with Alex Jen.
No. I
No.
guess you are.
This is love. I want to start dating Alex Jen and live happily ever after.
Brother. What the fuck? Okay, I'll show you the drawing that made me calm this person now. Image. I had to find it though. Wait, did it not save? Oh, it saved as a fucking... Okay, whatever.
Makes sense.
I hate how Twitter saves images as a JFIF file. I might just have to, like, go on Twitter and show you then. Actually, wait, no, there's something I can do. I should probably stare at me while I'm doing this, though. Wait, where's Bubble Nummy? Protect them!
Please, Hick, help me.
Okay, now I can... Wait, export PNG...
Wait, what?
Save... Yippee! Okay, yeah, now I can do it.
Thank you.
Oh no, Twitter.
Happy I could help.
This is a drawing that made me calm them.
Well, we're on
I had to like, I had to like,
Shortby,
make it smaller.
Ooh, Tindalonda, DD Comedrand.
But yeah, this is a drawing that made me calm them. That's hot, yeah. And I wanted to be. So yeah. That's why Nine Inch Nails mentioned. Bro, I've been listening to Nine Inch Nails a lot more now because of the recent collab with Boys Noise. That collab is so peak. Especially the Vessel remix. Like, I already loved Vessel and, like, you know, Year Zero in general. And then they just made so many of the songs just have sex with my ears. So, you know, whatever. That's how I feel now.
Okay,
Every time I look at her,
Whoop.
she's waving these fucking maracas. Tummy, I love Tummy. But yeah, every time I look at her, she's waving these fucking maracas. Tism item.
Won't someone do aerobics with me?
Yeah, that's also what I say when I'm waving maracas. Who are you? Okay. Oh, okay, I thought it was gonna be something way worse. Oh my god, that slow turnaround
was.
to like
A lot. But it was good.
the mommy ASMR reveal would have been so funny. That actually would have been so funny. Uh-oh, whose house is this?
Whoever's living here seriously lucked out.
Okay. I'm gonna steal this house. It's full of lesbians. Oh wait, is that your house? Oh my god, it is. I forgot I made him live there. Everyone's going to bed. He's an ally. They seem to be sharing jokes about big-breasted women. Okay, everyone's kind of talking together, like no one's really alone. And you're already friends. Actually, everyone's in the house. Yeah, everyone's in their house. Looks like Story craves to commit a crime. Yeah, that's Heihachi. That's why Heihachi can never live in the suburbs. Miku needs to meet Heihachi. I think she already has, but Heihachi is already in love with someone else. And Miku is, I think, in love with someone else. And so is Teto. Teto's in love with Miku. Hang on, let me see. Miku's staring at Movie Star. Not for love. Okay, you're not in love with anyone. But Heihachi is. Wesky is pissed off.
Random meme bit. Grrr. I can't be bothered with that right now.
Okay. He would say this as a fell in love with Heihachi. Yeah, me neither. Honestly, me neither. And Heihachi fell in love with a viewer. Like, bro.
I'm feeling a bit down.
I miss random meme. I told you, only true Celestellaria fans would know this.
Hello, lovers. To me.
Meet.
I'm Dab Devil.
I miss Yagami.
Hello there, Dab Devil. I'm known as Just Unseen.
I had to take it away. I had to take all of it away.
Role-playing game watch Zelda.
I think Yagami was too powerful, you know, so I had to take it away.
Role-playing game Pong.
I had to take it away. Only true Celestellaria viewers will remember that you stole that from me. Okay, but you also stole my fucking eye redeem, my bog. What else did you steal?
Big clap.
You want to steal my scan,
My
don't
room
you?
could use it.
Okay, sure. Yeah, see? You stole that. I mean, you can steal fine. Yeah, true. Honestly, true. Okay, but you still stole the eyes. What should I give Dan? What will Dan hate? Yeah.
Thank you. Please come again.
Yeah. Hi, Snow Bunny. How's it going? How you doing? Willing you get you stole it from me? Also, they're not
Right
images, they're models.
Thank you.
Get it right. Stupid. Idiot. Pomni's fucking asleep.
Ready, set, go.
This is why you're not even a VIP in my chat. It's not because I've been forgetting every single time. It's because you stole my eyes. But yeah, how's it going?
What was
I don't know what that was about. You're weird.
Here you go. Have a head pat.
Thanks for the head pat. Who do I stare at? You know, I'll stare at Shantae. I don't think Shantae has any friends.
Did I lock the house?
But also, she hasn't really been doing shit in this stream. She's kind of just been here. She's kind of just been vibing. She hasn't fell in love with anyone. She hasn't, like, been wanting to interact. She hasn't even wanted shit from me. She's just been vibing. There you go. No, she's about to sleep. Smiles. Okay, now Larry, can you like time her out so the VIP disappears? Or does that only work for mod?
Live a tuna with Jack Sambo.
I guess we could find out. Very important pitch. What about this UFO? I think that UFO is very important.
No.
All my memes are interacting like there's no one alone. I'm a doer for science. Hi Hunter, how's it going? Wait, who's... Oh, you.
We haven't
Are you still
met
VIP?
yet, have we? My name is
Suffering
Cyrus.
currently.
Hello there.
No,
Cyrus.
there's still VIP.
I'm known as Just Unseal.
Wait, that's crazy that it doesn't take away the VIP. But it does for mod.
Yuri Smut watch your build it.
Cyrus is talking about himself and some Yuri smut.
Yuri Smut thank you, Tony. Where's the Yuri Smut 1
Wait. You know how long you should ban them for? You should ban them for 421 seconds. Because it's no longer 420, but we can still do this joke.
Hey, big clown.
And that's what you should do. The fish is not easy to succumb to simple matters. I think they're just gonna ban you for like 421 seconds, and then like right as it runs out, that's when you're gonna fucking use the bonk redeem. I know that's what's gonna happen. I know that's what you're gonna do.
My love Hondi plays it tomorrow.
No, Shantae, you're
I
supposed
love
to
you.
interact. You dang,
Hey,
you're not
nice
doing all
to
that?
meet you.
Okay.
I'm Shantae.
You're Shantae. I'm Eva Palace.
Yeah, and I figure out routines. This CPU executes in action IRQ1 stuff, and I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing, but it's all due today. Honestly, real. That's me whenever college asks anything of me. Except it's not like, you know,
Huh,
on the night it's all due. It's
I've
like,
gotta warn you.
it's like a week before it's all due.
Here we go.
And so that way I have time to
Green
figure
light.
it out. But you know, my professors
Red
still
light.
never explained shit to me. They only said like
Green light.
videos or like
Red
have a
light.
lecture where they don't explain anything and they're like, you know what, figure it out yourself. And yeah,
Green light.
so I'm getting the true college experience,
Well
I
done,
think.
big clown. You win.
Because I've heard that that's pretty normal for college.
Time for your prize.
Pretty much my situation, this textbook doesn't teach you shit, yeah. That's usually how it is, for some reason. I don't know why. That wasn't an orb, that was a spirit, get it right! Who have I not? You know what, you.
Pardon me.
Orb
Could I have a
herb.
moment? My name is Ada Wong.
So nice to meet you.
Is this game?
Ada
Yeah.
Wong. I'm
You just go to
Chicken
college for the attendance, but you teach yourself? Exactly. And also for access to, like, the books
Rose Griffin Clue.
that you usually don't have access to because college is fucking stupid. But you still have to pay, like, a fuck ton of money for the books anyway,
You're
so
a
it's like,
good
what the fuck?
conversationalist, Ada Wong.
Upon the dial, while the... Or maybe that's just a fairy tale.
Why am I even going to college?
Oh, this is gonna make
I
me
should just become a full-time streamer, I think. Right?
Good evening.
I think that's a
friend.
good idea. I'm saving all the books I can on your
Do you
PC.
feel like talking about? Yuri,
Oh, I always feel like talking about this.
sure. But let me ask you this. Someone offers you a large Yuri or
I
a
should
small
become
Yuri.
famous.
Which one are you going
Like,
with?
just like that. Just like, as easily as I can say it.
I know not everyone
That I'm
would
becoming
agree,
famous.
but I'm going with the small Yuri.
And I'll become famous.
No, I'm with you.
See?
You gotta
Like that.
choose the
That
small
easy.
Yuri.
As easy
Every
as
day of
clicking
the
a
week.
button.
I like where your head's at. Humorous.
I could
You pay
talk
for a
about
piece
the
of paper that
obvious benefits
says
of
yes,
a
this
small
person has been
Yuri all day.
unemployed for the last 4
You-
years. That
You want
too.
to friend up and do that?
You just
Consider
gotta
me
start
a
grifting in
friend.
your set. True. I hate minorities. There, clip that. I say that as my model is brown. I'm openly gay. Intense shit. Wait, I could just
Isn't
be
the
like Nick
humorist the best
Fuentes. I could
conversationalist
be
around?
Mexican white supremacist. I realized the market is open for me.
Ha,
Wait,
hey. Got
give me
time for
what
a
I
game.
could talk with that quote. You know, he's a Mexican and
What do you-
gay. So, you know, I could be just like him, except women.
Ma-
I could be the woman lesbian version of Nick Fuentes.
The end.
I could actually no, I'm not white passing. I don't think I can do it.
And what?
It could be worse. This is a cheesecake.
The correct
Could be well.
cheesecake.
I think you found a gap in them. I think I did.
Time for your
Except the
prize.
reason he gets away with it is because he's white passing. I'm not white passing. So actually, I didn't find a loophole. I wish I did. If only my skin color was different. Oh, the humanity.
Huh. Good evening. I think Celeste and Sunflower would be fast friends.
True, maybe.
What should we talk about to help them get along?
Hunter Shaper.
Got it. I'll go round up Celeste and Sunflower.
Bro, I don't know what's happening. I just kind of been waiting here,
Sunflower, say hello
waiting
to
for shit
Celeste.
to happen, you know?
Celeste,
I feel high,
This is Sunflower.
but I'm not high, but I feel high.
Do you feel like
I
talking
think I'm
about
just tired.
Hunter Schaefer?
Hunter Schaefer. Funny you should bring that name up. Wait.
I think
how
that
do you
is
feel
it.
about Hunter Schaefer.
You're high on me feel?
Well,
Yeah,
I think Hunter
exactly,
Schaefer is
actually.
pretty funny. So, yeah.
Yeah. I feel the same way. I think we're on the same wavelength. Celeste Solaria. Let's be friends.
I love friends. Why is my tracking like bad now? It's the same lighting. Why is it bad? Someone's running. Yay, we're friends.
They
Yay.
talked about Hunter
Who is
Schaefer
that?
and ended up becoming friends.
Who's shining a light in my- Get that away! Bro, get that away. I hate you. Okay, what did they want? Here we go. Cause I don't think I gave them a walk. Yeah, I didn't. You wanted this. Here you go. Bro, I'm so cool.
I feel a bit more like myself.
I'm so cool.
CD hologram.
Yeah, it's so no, don't go down. Now I can't look at you. I'm supposed to reach a point where nobody could back down even if they wanted to.
You're bouncing on it and with contender.
What are you talking about? They're getting fired up about bro, they're gonna goon together. Honestly, relationship goals, I think. Maybe.
I do not
Yeah.
believe I have seen you before.
Yeah.
You may call me Juno Elise.
Did I hear that right? Yeah.
Okay, so you're Juno Elise. I'm Tranquil Cloud. So first, live up tuna with Jack Zombo.
Oh my god, Pomni.
Big-breasted women.
You sounded so sure of it too. I am sure. What do you mean?
I have to ask. When
No,
all is said and done, what are you trying to communicate, Juno Elise?
bro. Why are you being so rude? Oh my god.
Huh? I'm feeling a
I
bit
told
down.
you. My bees just hate each other. I don't know what else there is about it. My Mies either fucking love each other and want to fuck each other, or they just hate each other. There's like no in between. Actually, no in between.
I'm feeling a little upset.
Agreed. You either want to fuck or you want to kill them. I guess there's no in between. I guess that's true in real life too. If you think about it. Like you either want to fuck your friends or you want to kill them. No in between.
Huh. I need to clear my head.
Can I do? Yeah, I
may
guess.
not know Alex Jen very well, but I
Bro.
know Fate has big plans for us. What should I do?
Bro, become friends.
Yes. We could start as
I
friends.
think you found it, and it's
Fascinating.
definitely not. No,
What
it's
should
true.
we
What do you
talk
mean?
about?
You should talk about. You should talk about. Killing people because we're
Got it.
talking about that right
I'll
now.
go talk to him about killing people.
I will not fuck or kill Brazil, but you kind of talk like it sometimes. You know, you kind of flirt with him.
Good evening,
Sometimes.
Alex Jen. Do you feel like talking about killing people?
I think the spark is there.
Sure.
But
I
Tell
think it's there.
me, Just Unseal. How good are you at killing people?
I
So
don't want to
good.
brag or anything, but I don't think you'll find anyone on all of Galactic Circus who's better at killing people than me.
Whoa, wait. That's a
amazing.
bold claim. We
I
have
really
Heian
respect
to you.
folks who are good at killing people. Wanna be friends?
No, because your eyes aren't nothing can see sparks anywhere, I guess. I don't know why I'm so hyper. It's classes I haven't read any of the textbooks, really.
Nice.
Most of the
I
time,
knew
I
killing
just skim
people
through
would
it.
Bring Alex Jen and me together.
I hope Just Unseal
Unless I
shows
like
me all the
really don't
tricks of the
understand it, and
trade.
then I like, you know, read it over and over again. Just to make sure what I'm reading is right. World record? It's not true actually. Someone has a 20 watch streak. Not 20, 30. What am I saying? I can't speak right now. It's because I'm looking at this. Rotor Rider. That one. Okay, but where are they? I don't know. They stopped talking like at the beginning of the stream.
I feel
When
like
I was
I'm
basically
becoming
like
my
reading
true
the same
self
thing for
more
the
and
fifth
more.
time.
Oh,
Do any of you want to go to space and like never come back and then probably die?
Huh?
I'll do that to
Good
you.
evening.
Yeah.
I've been thinking lately that Chippy Chomp and I could get to know each other better. Do you think Chippy Chomp and I would make a good team?
Sure.
Really? Well, maybe there is something
Dying
there.
gay. I love dying. Yippee! I need to fucking. Where's my fountain? I need to piss. I be pissing. You also gotta find yourself a real pisser. I think. I think it'll change your life. It changed mine. Oh, I forgot I
We
made yours
haven't met
floating.
yet, have we? My name is Rise Matrox.
Go
Rise
piss.
Matrox, was it? Okay. I'm Cohen.
You know, Rise is usually here, but then he's not here today. I think he died.
Cohen, you stumbled through Jambo?
Or you could just be like me, where I'm just, you know, bed rotting, but you know. I think he died.
Sifu?
In space, yeah, I think he died.
Team Olive Lambo?
It's so easy to talk to you, Rise Matrox.
Bro is dead. Bro is. What does Miku want? Don't make me buy anything.
Do you have a moment?
I swear, I'll kill you.
I would just love.
I'll kill you. What does this do? Oh, wait, I can turn off babies? Wait, that's kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny that I can turn off babies. Additional details. Why is my admin so old? Babies are funny. I'm pretty sure everyone in this one class is cheating based on the interaction. Like, I don't blame you, I'm too. Babies are now illegal. I need to make them illegal. I have 40 Mies. That's crazy. Anyway, goodbye, Miku. I had to kill you now. $33 to assassinate Miku. I can do it for free. Oh wait, who want me? Pomni. What a deal. Oh my fucking god.
Wait for me, wait for me, wait for me, wait for me.
Try and catch me.
I'm gonna eat you out, eat you out, eat you out.
Oh, I'm so scared.
Pomni, look out. He's gonna run a train on you. No. I don't wanna imagine that. For sure, it's gonna make this on AL3. This is a wild timeline. What if... Okay, what if instead of his first wife, what if it was Pomni and then Kazuya was like part clown? And then he was like... Clown Yuya. Yeah. Yeah.
I see.
Someone should draw that. Someone should definitely draw that.
Fun one, bubble.
Don't go to bed! No one go to bed. Do something funny, please. Wait, did I introduce you Morris to Daisy? Who have I not introduced you Morris to? I haven't.
Huh? Is this
Night
really
Owl
the
Rise
first
up.
time we've met? I'm humorous.
It
Hey,
sucks though because I had to like level them up
Daisy.
just to give them like, you know, the quirks I care about. I don't want to give them all Night Owl.
Sabo, Daisy, and Tap.
Morris is talking about how much he's into clowning. You know what makes sense.
So, you leave a jar full with
Also, I
presents?
said I never got the Jester outfit yet. Like, I know there's probably like so many fucking clothes, but I said I haven't gotten it
Thanks
yet.
for your help there. I feel like Daisy and I get along a little better now.
Or the maid outfit. Because I also want the maid outfit. So I can give it to specific people. You'll never guess. I will assassinate
Do
you.
you have?
I will assassinate you.
I would just.
Bro, do you not see how many flower planters I have? Why do you need one over here? Whatever. Where's Enox? I wanna look at how poor she looks. We need flower plant. Why are you in Bachi's room now? What the fuck? I don't think you're allowed to be in here. Okay, now you're allowed to be in here. Maybe. Oh, and you're listening to Mommy ASMR together. Why is Enoch going through such Why is Enoch going through the Great Depression? I don't know. So if you listen to these Mommy ASMR long enough, you'll have visions of big-breasted women. Wait. Real. Actually real. Wait. You know, sometimes the stars just align in this game. And I don't know why. It just... Oh, fuck. Tranquil! This feels like a real kind of conversation. What the
Who is
fuck?
that? Tranquil Cloud. Huh.
Actually crazy.
I suddenly feel all mixed up.
I don't even know if he's
I
better
like
yet.
Lusky, but I also have feelings for Tranquil
I actually can
Cloud.
PC from it, that's what it needs it. I
Who
nickname
do
on
you
PC
think I
too.
really like.
Wusky!
You're right.
We
I
need
was
the
nearly
Yowie!
misled. Lusky is the only one for me.
Yeah, you got that right, buddy. Yeah, you don't even know each other. We need the Yowie.
It was what he told us
We
all
need
along.
the Yowie. Are they have meeting here? No, okay. Why did you just... Okay, whatever. Hello.
Good evening.
What do you
My
want?
room could use a new vibe.
Oh my god, yes, I got something for you. I think it's perfect. Like, bro, this is actually just perfect, right? Okay, you like it, but I don't think you actually
Yeah,
do.
this is different. Thank you.
Yeah, so you don't really like it. You're just kind of forced to live here. And it looks like her room. What you want?
Good evening.
I don't know what you want.
Got a sec. I wanna chat.
Don't ask me the same question, I swear to God.
Who is someone that you respect?
Who's someone I respect? Mr. Beast, I could say Robert Pattinson. But I don't know if I want to say that. I kind of want to say something funnier. But, like, I don't know who to say that's funny. I mean, they could say funny things as Robert Pattinson like they have with Hunter Schafer, so you know what? Yeah, whatever. I guess not everything needs to be a bit. That's what I'm learning, because it can turn into a bit. So yeah. Is that how you spell his name? No, it is an N. I need his gaslighting me. Respect Chuck Norris. Close enough. Yep.
Robert Pattinson.
Yep. That's it.
Oh, yeah. Robert Pattinson does give off a respectable
The guy from
vibe.
Twilight? No, the guy from Batman. Get it right. And Mickey 17. And the rom-com he was in with Zendaya.
You are so interesting.
Yeah,
I didn't know you could beatbox.
This is just
exactly.
Heck my life. Heck now.
Mine cannot untwilight him.
Oh, I'm starting to feel better.
And dude. He's a dude, I think.
Please tell no one this happened to me.
Just doing my good deed for the day.
The guy for and Tennant. Bro, he knows David Tennant. Like, what else do you want? What else do you want from him? Why does Trey have the creature? I wonder if this can hatch. Probably not, but I think it'd be really funny if it could hatch. They're saying this bubble could teach the pros a thing or two about smoking weed. Wait, that's actually canonical though. That's just canon. Bro. They don't. They're talking about finding a dildo in the park. Oh, no wonder they're so moldy. But yeah, I don't know. Uh-oh, Sky out. Sky is showing the Tanuki statue to everyone again. Oh my god. Don't show Enox. Enox hates Tanuki statues now. Heihachi would love it though.
Flint me and make me a new.
Heihachi would actually love it though. Wesky, I gave you Yuri Smut and you're just reading this. Why? Truly a paradise. Like, why are you doing this?
Rumors about buried treasure somewhere on the island.
Oh, of course.
Hit it.
Miki's a gold digger, of course. Oh wait, where's Teto going? Wait, Teto, no. Don't burn the forest down, please. You can't do it right now, please. Oh. Hello? What are you doing? What is she doing? I don't know what she's gonna do. She's kind of just staring into the night sky. I think she's contemplating burning the forest down or not. And I don't know what she's gonna choose. Whatever she chooses though, it'll have devastating effects on this forest. I already know. I guess we'll come back to her. I think she's just pooping. With her pants on. What the hell? What the hell?
anyone.
Girls don't poop.
Hey,
Exactly,
nice to meet
dude.
you.
Actually,
I'm Yurika
true.
Corbera.
Oh, so you're Yurika Corbera?
Balsam
I'm
me.
Chippy Chomp. Don't forget it.
Oh, he traveled
What the
to
fuck is happening over there?
Oh, wow.
Yurika Career wants someone to study
Thanks,
smoking weed with her. Who wants to study smoking weed with me? Hi, have furry streamer, how you doing? Hello, I'm not a furry, but hello.
Well,
What is happening over here? Why does he have cans?
nice. Yep.
Okay. I don't think I can watch this. I don't think I can watch that. I think that's like, I don't know. Evil. I think it's evil. They're vibing? No, they're summoning something. I don't know what, but they're summoning something. And like I said, I don't know what. But they're just summoning something.
Hey, nice to meet you. I'm Grin.
Hello, Grin. I'm Dab
The
Devil.
economy must be wonderful here. I mean, they're all happy and chilling. We have shitty Wi-Fi though. I think that's like the only drawback. Apparently we have shitty Wi-Fi. I didn't know we had shitty Wi-Fi, but apparently we have shitty Wi-Fi. Maybe that's why I can't get them phones. Because in Tomodachi Life on the 3DS, I can give them phones. But now I can't give them phones. I can only give them laptops. Maybe that's why. Because we have shitty Wi-Fi. Okay, where is Tedo going? Yeah. Honestly, real. But yeah, can I make like cell phone towers or something? Can I make like internet towers? Can I get a good connection in the middle of the ocean, to be fair? No, we just had to build like cell phone towers and then we're good. Like, look, see? The land is like over there. It's not that far. Like, we could totally build cell phone towers like here. The land's stable enough. Like, look, you can just put one like, I don't know, here. Or like, even like, you know, like over here. Like, bro, we could just build here. Like, you just put one in the corner over here. I think we're just lazy. Either that, or me's with cell phones is too powerful. Or something like that. I don't know. The quality suggesting you shouldn't read this is probably a reference to big boobs.
What am I gonna do? I can't.
I mean, it's your smut, so yeah. But yeah, I think that's it. I think, like, we're just lazy. And, me's with cell phones would be too powerful, and that's why, they're not, like, you know... They're not introducing, like, the concept of the internet to me's. Cause, like, where's Juno? I gave her a laptop, but she hasn't pulled it out yet. Or maybe she has. No. Okay, but if you look at their laptop, it's just graphs. It's not even, like, you know, web pages or anything. So I don't even think they can go online on the laptop. I think it's literally just for work. Or, you know, like, whatever they want. So, you know, this suggests that they can't even use internet on the laptop. And so, maybe... I don't know, cause... Wait, also... Cause there is this. Hang on, I need to find it. Yeah, there is this. So, like, the internet does exist here. But, like... I don't know. I just don't know why, like... You know, they can't have the internet. This is a mystery. I think someone should make a series. This is a map pack kind of series. Like, where's Juno? I needed to pull out the laptop. Don't forget to tap bell, like, and subscribe. Yeah, like, the internet exists in this world, but, like, I don't know. They're not really doing any- Bro, why are you doing this to her?
Oops, I pointed the flashlight right at someone.
Yeah, you don't say. I like how she
Good little
just-
bubble.
did not give a shit. Next thing you're gonna tell me Hugh Morris is Ness. I mean, he used to being Flash. You see how he looks. If I give him a baseball cap, I think... Why was that owl so loud? I think you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, you know? The presentator live happily ever after. They're discussing... Oh no. Oh no.
Jester hat, what narwhal plummy durgo bring? So mommies, spackle happen boober.
It had to happen again.
Yum. How about trading up plan? So, you leave it.
Didn't it? One last time. And it was Skyle this time.
I like
Bruh.
Anna, but I also have feelings for Cohen.
Well, I know what
Who
we
do you
should
think
choose.
I really like.
And I know which one I want more.
I feel my love for
So,
Anna is
yeah.
dying down. I think I like Cohen.
Yep. This makes sense. This is canon, I think. Even though these two people don't know each other, this is canon. Wait, they both love each other. Wait, we have 2 yaoi storylines. Actually, we have 3. Because Dan and Leru aren't married yet. Wait, where's Dan and Leru? How do you feel about Dan?
Sup?
Okay, you're just in love with him.
Hey,
You know what? I'm gonna make you hang out with him.
I can't get Hunter Shaper off my mind.
Me neither, bro. I thought we were married. No, you just like fell in love.
Oh,
Wait, you've been dating for 4 days? And you haven't even gotten married yet?
caught you.
What's wrong with you?
You caught my heart some time ago.
Oh my god. Cringe yaoi. My favorite. Okay, now Dan wants to marry you. Okay, see, that's all I had to
Thank
do.
you so much. My love for Lyru is stronger than ever.
See, I know how to do this. I know how to make my muse marry. And then they'll go on a honeymoon. Even dating for and asking for marriage. Yeah, do you know like how fast they ask for marriage in this game? That's why it's weird. Because they usually do it like after 2 days. That's how long it took me to marry my partner. It only took like 2 fucking days. But yeah, whatever. I had to pee, so I'm gonna pee while the ad is playing, because I had to pee really badly. Also, I didn't mean to quit, but whatever. Go pee, yeah. I didn't mean to quit. I just went to save, because I haven't saved all night. I'll just see what happens. Who should I... Miku. I should stare at Miku. Okay, I'm gonna go piss. BRB. My leg hurts.
Not for nothing, but Lusky is honestly amazing. Yep, This area seems secure. Nothing on the ground to trip on.
Hello. I'm back, I think. Or am I really back? Fucking knows. I don't. Welcome back. Thank you. Oh my god, my leg actually hurts so fucking much. I didn't even sleep on it wrong, you know? It started like becoming sore like halfway into the stream for some reason. And now I'm just dying. What does it mean to be back? I don't know. You tell me. Cause I don't fucking know. I don't know who to stare at. Why is everyone up here? Wait, are y'all just going to bed? No. Wait, why are they all up here then? Cause yeah, everyone in this house is still awake. We're just eating fucking toast for some reason. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I honestly don't know what's happening. But yeah, whatever.
Hey, try to guess what I'm thinking.
Oh, I don't know. What could it be?
You're in love.
It's that. I love you, Cohen.
Yeah, you're in love.
Oh, really? I don't really feel any particular way about you,
Oh no.
Dagger Fox.
Hold up.
The crazy,
Did
yeah.
I just get rejected during my own practice run?
Bro is crazy. Bro is insane. To be fair, Skyle is insane. Okay, I will save now. And I will go over here. I will go over here. Cause I am tired. I think that's why I'm like just red. Yeah. I think that's why like I'm just like dying right now. It's because I'm like tired. And I didn't realize how tired I was. But I am tired, so yeah. Anyway. What do I talk about? I don't know what, you know what? I know what I should do. Hang on. This'll be worth it. Why'd I get rid of it? But this'll be worth it. Hang on. It's gonna take a minute because I have an ad blocker, so it's gonna. Okay, there we go. Mom, yeah, honestly, I should do Mama ASMR. My mic could do it. Anyway, yeah, I am ending. I am ending. The world is ending. Anyway, good night, Leru. Let's see. Tomorrow, I wanna play Pokemon. Cause, I'm on the Elite Four, and I was supposed to play Pokemon on Sunday, but instead I wanted to play Tomodachi Live. But yeah, I should play Pokemon again. I don't know if I'm gonna stop playing after I beat Elite Four. Cause I kinda wanna like, I don't know. Cause I know the game is huge, and I know like the post game is really huge. Oh, Cyan, thanks for the follow, Hong Kong. But yeah, I don't know if I should do that because like I also just want to play Emerald, so it sucks. Don't know why I wasn't following yet. Forgive this Chud. I will never forgive. Okay, you know what? You're forgiven. But yeah, that's it. And then Thursday, no stream. Friday, I'll probably play Tomodachi Life for an hour. And then I'm gonna switch to Majora's Mask, maybe? just because it's funny, but yeah, I don't know. The post game was pretty much red and blue. Majora's Mask? Yeah, I never played it. So I want to play it for the first time. But yeah. For Heart Gold Soul Silver, yeah, I don't know what I want to do because I want to do the secret boss. And that's like the only reason why I want to play it after the Elite Four. But also like I just want to play Emerald, so it's like I don't know what to do. I don't know, maybe I can just like do the Kanto gyms, like I don't know, off streamers. I don't actually know. I think that's I don't fucking know. I think after I beat Elite Four, I might just be done with it. Cause like I said, I do just wanna play Emerald for the first time, so yeah. And then Saturday, I don't know if I'm gonna stream because it's a Saturday. I'm pretty sure my stepmom's birthday is this Thursday, and so they're gonna have a party for her on Thursday, or not Thursday, Saturday. So I probably won't be able to stream this Saturday again. But if I can, it'll be Tomodachi Life and Mario Kart. And then Sunday, Pokemon fucking whatever, I don't know. It'll be a Pokemon game. It'll either be Soul Silver, it'll be Emerald, one of the two. Both, I'm playing both for the first time, so you know, whatever. That's not the raid button. This is the raid button. I don't find someone to raid now. Why this stupid fucking song is playing? Oh wait, someone else is playing Tomodachi Life. I can raid them. Yeah, you know what? I'll raid them. Here you go. Get raided, idiot. Why'd I spell raided? It's because I said raided. Here you go, do that. And yeah, I will start the raid. I always forget to press the start raid button. But yeah, there you go. They will now get raided. I hope I see all of you tomorrow for Pokemon. Goodbye.